Chapter 929. After chewing for a while, he swallowed it. The taste is not bad. It's a bit chewy. The eternal life ancient god had a satisfied look on his face, and then his gaze fell on the other ancient demon gods. At that moment, all the ancient demon gods turned around and fled. Fortunately, the demon abyss was big enough. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape. Seeing this, the eternal life ancient demon god did not chase after them. It seemed that he was already full after devouring the ancient demon god. At that moment, another vast aura rose from the depths of the demon abyss. The two auras came at the same time, shaking the demon abyss violently. The eternal life ancient demon god turned his head to look at the source of the two auras, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "I knew that you wouldn't sleep for too long. I didn't expect you to wake up as soon as I woke up." He was very familiar with the two auras. On the other side, the eternal life ancient demon god was trembling. When he saw the ancient demon gods being devoured like ants, he already knew that he could not stay in the demon abyss any longer. At that moment, another two auras rose, and his expression changed drastically. Ancient demon god Sky Saint and ancient demon god Night Emperor. How could the eternal life ancient demon god be unfamiliar with these two auras? In fact, any demon in the demon abyss had existed for countless years. Some demons and demon gods were very weak and could not be compared to the ancient demon gods at all. That was because of their talent and the fact that they had died too many times. When it came to knowledge, the demon gods were not necessarily weaker than the powerful ancient demon gods. Therefore, the eternal life ancient demon god was also very clear about how many powerful beings there were in the demon abyss. The eternal life ancient demon god, the ancient demon god Sky Saint, and the ancient demon god Night Emperor were the three most powerful ancient demon gods in the demon abyss. During the ancient war, Yi Zichen was still in a daze. The three ancient demon gods had suffered great losses and eventually fell into a deep sleep. It was also because of the three ancient demon gods that the vast thousand world was completely defeated. Now that the three ancient demon gods had awakened, it meant that the power of the demon abyss had completely recovered to a peak state. At that moment, the blood moon shook. The eternal life ancient demon god did not dare to hesitate. He immediately appeared from the dark and pounced in the direction of the strange movement. He could not stay in the demon abyss. Now, he could only head to the great thousand world and search for a chance of survival. No one had expected that a demon god would dare to disobey the ancient demon god's orders under such circumstances. As for the ancient demon gods who had given orders, they were now fleeing in all directions in fear of the immortal ancient demon god. They did not have the spare energy to deal with the immortal ancient demon god. For various reasons, the immortal demon god left the demon abyss without any hindrance. On the other side, after observing the demon abyss for a while, Qin Shujian returned to the great thousand world. The current him regarded the barriers of heaven and earth as nothing. In less than a moment, he appeared in the heavenly court. Very soon, all the immortals and deities in the four continents received the news immediately. Immediately, one by one, the powerhouses of the myriad races headed toward the heavenly court. Not long after, the officials had gathered in the inner hall of the heavenly palace. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. You may dispense with the formalities." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The deities straightened up. Some of them wanted to look up at Qin Shujian, but when their eyes fell on him, they felt an endless pressure that forced them to lower their heads again. Whether it was the 5 imperial emperors or the 4 war gods. At this moment, they could not look directly at the emperor's throne above. In response, many immortals and deities were shocked. What a powerful aura! Xiao Chengfeng's heart wavered. As a top powerhouse of the ancient heavenly court, he had never truly admired any powerhouse. But now, Xiao Chengfeng, however, was convinced. They did not even have the right to look at him. It was clear how powerful Qin Shujian was. Because of this, he was certain that the other party must have broken through to the rumored Dao fruit realm. At this moment, none of the deities dared to speak, causing the hall to fall into silence. After a long while, Qin Shujian said calmly, I have been in seclusion for a few years and have made some gains. It just so happens that I have broken through the threshold of the Dao fruit realm. Now, the heavenly court has a chance of winning against the demon abyss. Therefore, I have decided that in a year, the heavenly court will officially attack the demon abyss. In ancient times, the demon abyss attacked the Great Thousand World, causing the heavenly court to collapse and countless races to die. This blood feud has been accumulating for millions of years, and it is time to settle it. Attack the demon abyss. No! All the deity's attention was on the two words Dao fruit. The monster emperor was shocked and could not help but ask, has the emperor of heaven really broken through to the rumored Dao fruit realm? Dao fruit. That was a powerhouse that had never been born in this era. If he had not heard from Qin Shujian, he would not have known that there was a realm above the true immortal realm. Hearing the monster emperor's question, the other immortals and deities also pricked up their ears. They could not look directly at Qin Shujian on the throne and could only look straight ahead. That's right. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. These two simple words had already explained some things. Regarding this, the deities' hearts were shaken again. Qin Shujian did not care and directly skipped the topic of Dao fruit. I hope that all races will be prepared for the attack on the demon abyss in a year's time. The million-year blood feud has already been engraved in the bloodline inheritance. If the blood feud is not washed away, all races will never be able to get rid of the fear brought by the demon abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Zhao cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven's words are reasonable. Now that the human race is already prepared for war, they are only waiting for the Emperor of Heaven's order, and the human race's army will march straight to the demon abyss. The demon race is also ready to fight at any time. The nine-headed hound clan is ready to fight at any time. The moon clan is ready to fight at any time. The demon race, all the deities bowed and declared war without prior agreement. For a moment, a murderous aura filled the hall. Seeing everyone's attitude, Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. I am gratified that all of you are willing to fight. A few years ago, I also said that the heavenly court would establish the 3,000 divine generals. Now is the time. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the investiture of the gods, which had been lying quietly on the table, suddenly flew into the air. All the deities raised their heads and their gazes fell on the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods expanded in the wind and became dozens of feet in size. Countless light spots rose from it and then scattered toward the 4 major continents. At that moment, the experts of the 4 major continents all sensed something and raised their heads to look at the sky. They happened to see countless light spots falling like meteors. Before they could react, they saw those light spots land on some of the experts. The moment the light spots landed, the same message appeared in the minds of those experts who received the light spots. 3,000 divine generals. Chapter 930. 3,000 divine generals. Qin Yuanbai looked at the information in his mind, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He didn't expect that. He was just sitting in the heaven origin saint and a deity position would come to him. After a short moment of shock, he was ecstatic. Deity position, any one of them was extremely precious. Even if the 3,000 divine generals were the lowest among all the deity positions, it was still not something that ordinary treasures could compare to. Among other things, after getting the deity position, Qin Yuanbai found that the surrounding heaven and earth spirit qi was flocking to him all the time. At the same time, his understanding of the heaven and earth law had become much stronger. 3,000 divine generals. With this deity position, I might really have the chance to step into the middle 3 true immortal realm in the future. Qin Yuanbai's eyes lit up. Originally, with his aptitude, he was able to break through to the true immortal realm because of the infusion of star power. After successfully breaking through, it was almost impossible for him to improve further. But now that he got the deity position, Qin Yuanbai suddenly found that he seemed to have the hope of improving further. No. It was not as simple as improving further. He was now only at the 1st level immortal realm, the weakest among the true immortals. But after getting the deity position, he had the hope of becoming a middle 3 true immortal realm. In other words, his final achievement would be at least a 4th level immortal realm. The gap between the 1st level immortal realm and the 4th level immortal realm was not small at all. At the same time when Qin Yuanbai got the deity position, Zheng Fang, who was in Yuan sect, was also a little shocked. Just a moment ago, a light fell on his body. Suddenly, a strong aura was emitted from his body. This aura fluctuation made Yuan sect tremble slightly. All the experts of Yuan sect immediately came out of their secluded places and gathered towards the source of the aura. Great Elder, what's going on? Is the Great Elder about to break through to the true immortal realm? Many experts of Yuan sect rushed over and looked at Zheng Fang, who was emitting Dao runes, with a shocked look on their faces. Hearing that, Zheng Fang smiled slightly. I just got the deity position and can break through the threshold of the true immortal realm. I will start breaking through later. How much you can see will depend on your luck. Grand Elder is really going to break through to the true immortal realm. Xu Yuan was visibly excited. The Origin sect was a top-notch sect. Furthermore, it was a sect that was personally created by the Emperor of Heaven. However, up till now, not a single true immortal had been born. If one were to say that it wasn't awkward, that would be a lie. After all, there were so many sects in the human race. Some of the top sects already had true immortals. In comparison, Sky Origin sect did not have a single true immortal and was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. There were even rumors in the human tribe that Sky Origin sect had fallen into decline after leaving Qin Shujian. Now that Zheng Fang had started to break through to Yuan Zong, it was an extremely good thing. Seng Hong nodded. If Grand Elder can break through to the true immortal realm, the rumors in recent years will be dispelled. Once a true immortal appeared, regardless of the method used to break through, it would be able to restore Yuan sect's prestige. To be honest, he also wanted to break through to the true immortal realm. Unfortunately, his aptitude was limited. Until now, he had been stuck at the celestial being limit realm. In fact, there was no lack of experts at the heavenly being limit in Yuan sect. However, there was not a single person who could truly take that step. There was no other way. Whether it was Seng Hong, Xu Yuanming, or Zheng Fang, they were all martial artists at the body tempering realm. Their aptitude and talent could only be said to be very ordinary. It was all thanks to the blessings given by Qin Shujian that they were able to get to where they were today. However, no matter how good the blessings were, being able to advance to the celestial being limit was really the limit. One more step. No one dared to guarantee that they would definitely succeed. Knowing that Zheng Fang was about to break through, everyone's face was filled with joy. In the crowd, Zhong Ergu looked envious. Grand Elder is about to break through too. I really want to see what the true immortal realm is like. The Guyuan ancestral canon was really too good at improving. After killing a large number of beasts in the Sea of Death, he barely managed to advance to the 8th level of the celestial being level. Compared to the true immortal realm, the 8th level of the celestial being level was still a few small realms away. Unless he could kill a few true immortal beasts, he felt that it would definitely not be so easy for him to break through. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qiankuan bow on his back couldn't help but interject, "There's no need to be envious. Although you're only at the 8th level of the celestial being level, you already have the ability to kill immortals. When the time comes, you'll be able to break through after entering the Sea of Death and killing again." Zhong Ergu was stunned for a moment before he immediately understood. Indeed, there was no need for him to be envious of Zheng Fang's breakthrough now. Although he was still a long way away from becoming a true immortal, in terms of true strength, he was actually not weaker than an ordinary true immortal. It was just that without really fighting, Zhong Ergu didn't dare to be very sure. On the other side, Zheng Fang had already begun to break through. The vast long river of laws appeared out of nowhere. The huge sound immediately attracted the attention of the human race powerhouses. A true immortal is going to appear in Yuan sect. Qin Yuanbai raised his head and looked at the sky. His expression was calm, and no one could tell if he was happy, angry, or sad. In his opinion, It was inevitable that a true immortal would appear in Yuan sect. No matter what. Yuan sect was a sect that Qin Shujian had single-handedly created. Now that he was the Emperor of Heaven, there was no reason for him not to support Yuan sect. Even if the people of Yuan sect were really unworthy, the Emperor of Heaven would definitely think of a way to create a few true immortals for Yuan sect. Now that Zheng Fang had broken through, there was no doubt that this was the case. However, so what if you can break through to the true immortal realm? With your talent, the upper limit is too low. Qin Yuanbai shook his head. He didn't care about Zheng Fang's breakthrough at all. Breaking through to the true immortal realm by force and breaking through naturally were two extremes. While Zheng Fang was breaking through, the other powerhouses who had obtained the divine throne and were at the peak of the heavenly human realm all began to break through to the true immortal realm at the same time. In an instant, vast waves of energy continued to spread. When they intertwined, they had already covered the entire 4 continents. Why are there so many powerhouses breaking through to the true immortal realm today? This is really strange. Who knows? Those heavenly human realm cultivators were so envious that their eyes turned red as they watched the true immortals break through to the true immortal realm one by one. To them, the true immortal realm was their lifelong pursuit. After all, most races didn't have long lifespans. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm could they enjoy a lifespan of 129,600 years. Although their lifespan was still limited, it was already much better than the lifespan of a heavenly human realm cultivator. Not long after, strange phenomena appeared between heaven and earth. Golden flowers scattered and golden lotuses surged. Every time one of the anomalies disappeared, a new one would appear. After 2 or 3 days, all the strange phenomena gradually disappeared. At this moment, there were already a few thousand more true immortals among the myriad races. Chapter 931. Heavenly Courts. After the deity position was conferred, thousands of names appeared on the god roll. At the same time, the power of the deity position caused the god roll to undergo another transformation. If the previous deity roll was only comparable to the 6th tribulation Zhu Bing, then the god roll with 3,000 divine generals was already comparable to the top 7th tribulation Zhu Bing. Even if it did not reach the 8th tribulation level, it was not far away. He stretched out his hand. The god roll fell back into his hand. Qin Shujian was very satisfied with the transformation of this divine weapon. The god roll was a divine weapon with growth potential. As long as the immortal god who left his name was stronger, its power would be greater. In other words, if the strength of the immortals and gods collectively doubled, the god roll would directly reach the 8th tribulation Zhu Bing. If some of the immortals and gods on the roll reached the upper 3 true immortals, then the god roll would definitely be able to advance to a level comparable to the 9th tribulation Zhu Bing. Similarly, what if all the immortals and gods advanced to the upper 3 true immortals? Qin Shujian had a premonition. The god roll might be able to surpass the limit of the 9th tribulation Zhu Bing. One had to know. No matter which era it was, the 9th tribulation Zhu Bing and the Carnate Cardinal Treasure were the limits of divine weapons. There had always been many Carnate Cardinal Treasures that wanted to break this limit, but they all failed in the end. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the god roll had the potential to break the limit. Moreover, the possibility of the other party breaking the limit was much greater than that of Zhu Tian's star map, who was already at the 9th tribulation Zhu Bing level. Congratulations, Emperor of Heaven, for obtaining another divine weapon. Seeing the transformation of the god roll, some immortals and gods immediately bowed and congratulated. Qin Shujian smiled. The 3,000 divine generals have been established, and the heavenly court's deity positions can be supplemented. I once said that any living being who can advance to the 3rd realm of the Grandmaster realm within 10 years will be conferred a deity position. If not, a selection competition will be held. The winner will be conferred a deity position. There is only about a year left before the 10-year period. Are there any 3rd realm grandmasters among the myriad races? As soon as he finished speaking, the deities exchanged glances. It was more difficult to become a grandmaster than for a celestial to become a true immortal. Even though they were all carefully nurturing them, none of them had reached the third realm yet. While all the gods were silent, Emperor Zhao stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Emperor of Heaven, Su Zhon of the human race has already attained the third realm of Blacksmith Grandmaster. At the same time, Fang Xinglan of the human race has attained the third realm of Array Dao Grandmaster. I think that these two people are qualified to be conferred a godhood." Hearing this, before Qin Shujian could say anything, the faces of the gods turned gloomy. According to the original plan, just like that, the human race was about to take away 2 deity positions. Furthermore, these 2 deity positions were not something that the 3,000 deity positions could compare to. Most of the immortals and gods present didn't want the 2 deity thrones to fall into the hands of the humans. However, they wanted to stop him, but they didn't have a reason to. Qin Shujian had already promised to confer the deity position from the very beginning. At this time, even if they objected, it would not be of much use. That's right. A smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. Then, he saw the investiture of the gods that had landed on the table fly into the air again. His smile disappeared. He looked at the gods and said in a clear voice, "Su Zhon of the human race has attained the third realm of Blacksmith Grandmaster. He is unparalleled in the Tao of blacksmithing, and no one can surpass him. Therefore, I confer him the title of Artifact Ancestor. All the blacksmithing cultivators in the world will respect the Artifact Ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhon's name appeared on the investiture of the gods. Immediately afterward, that name turned into a ray of dim light and shot toward the humans of the East Continent. Great Zhao Royal Capital. Imperial Astronomer. Su Zhon was originally forging a divine weapon when he suddenly felt something and couldn't help but pause. In the next breath, the dim light fell and entered his body. The free spirit chi in the world gathered crazily, and the half-finished divine weapon that was originally being forged was directly completed at this moment. Rumble. The mother stream of laws appeared. Su Zhon's figure appeared directly in the mother stream. All the cultivators in the world who cultivated the Tao of blacksmithing felt something and bowed to Su Zhon. "Greetings, Artifact Ancestor, Yuan Sect." Shen Yuqing straightened up with a very complicated expression. Artifact Ancestor. When Su Zhon was conferred the Artifact Ancestor deity position, the corresponding information appeared in his mind. He understood that someone had broken through to the third realm of Grandmaster and was thus conferred the title of Artifact Ancestor. Just a little more, and the deity position of Artifact Ancestor would have been mine. Shen Yuqing smiled bitterly. Only he knew how great the gap in his heart was. He was very talented in the Tao of blacksmithing to begin with. After joining Yuan's sect, he focused on cultivating the Tao of blacksmithing. Now, he had completely surpassed the ancestors of the alchemy sect and reached the Grandmaster blacksmith realm that the alchemy sect had never had before. Moreover, he was a second realm Grandmaster blacksmith. It could be said that, given another 10 years, Shen Yuqing was confident that he could advance to the third realm. He was originally prepared to participate in the Heavenly Court selection once the 10 years were up, and if no one advanced to the third realm, he would use his own methods to obtain the deity position. However, now that Su Zhon was conferred the deity position, it directly shattered Shen Yuqing's inner extravagant hopes. He calmed himself down. Shen Yuqing left the forging room and walked elsewhere. "Senior sister, I got the news that Su Zhon of the Imperial Astronomer has broken through to the third realm and obtained the deity position." When he arrived, Shen Yuhua had already spoken first. After a pause, she comforted him again. "Although you didn't get the deity position, with your talent, there is a great chance that you can break through the threshold of the Grandmaster realm and advance to the rumored Saint realm in the future. Senior sister, you must be joking." Shen Yuqing shook his head and smiled. "Although the deity position is precious to me, it's not a pity to lose it. The purpose of my visit this time is to talk to senior sister about something else." "Something else?" There was some doubt on Shen Yuhua's pretty face. Many years had passed, but time had not left too many traces on her body. She had only lost some of her youthfulness and gained a bit of a mature charm. Shen Yuqing said, "Senior sister, you also saw what happened in the Chenyuan sacred ground just now." The deity positions of array Dao and blacksmithing have been conferred, but there has been no movement for the deity position of alchemy. In my opinion, no third realm alchemy grandmaster has been born. Senior sister, you are now a second realm alchemy grandmaster. If you can't break through to the third realm in a year, then you have a high chance of winning the competition in the heavenly court. As long as you obtain the deity position, then my regret of losing the deity position can be made up for. There was no hope for array Dao, and there was no hope for blacksmithing either. After thinking about it, only the deity position of alchemy had some hope. Soon. Shen Yuqing added another sentence. Whether it is the human race or the myriad races, alchemy has long declined. With senior sister's current foundation, it won't be difficult for you to stand out. Chapter 932. I understand what you mean. Actually, I don't have much of a way to win. We'll see when the time comes. Shen Yuhua shook her head slightly. How could she not know that her junior brother wanted her to compete for the deity position? In the end, they didn't forget that they were from the alchemy sect. The alchemy sect. They were famous for their alchemy and forging skills. Now that they didn't have any hope of winning in forging, they were only left with alchemy. Looking at Shen Yuqing's expression, Shen Yuhua continued, from today onwards, I'll go into seclusion to prepare for the deity position next year. Okay. Shen Yuqing smiled. Senior sister, if you need anything, just tell me. I'll definitely help you if I can. Also, if the sect knows that you're confident of winning, they'll definitely help you. I don't need anything. At this stage, resources won't be of much use. In that case, I won't disturb senior sister. Okay. After Shen Yuqing left, Shen Yuhua announced that she would go into seclusion. For some reason, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her mind. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. What's the use of thinking so much? It's just a futile effort. Shen Yuhua's face was a little gloomy. Soon after, she pulled herself together again. If I can win and get the deity position, I can shorten the gap. Thinking of this, Shen Yuhua immediately went into seclusion with peace of mind. On the other side, Fang Xinglan also officially broke through successfully. Obtaining the deity position of the array ancestor allowed his cultivation to directly step into the true immortal realm. In addition, when he broke through, he also gained a great understanding of the array Dao. He directly broke through from the original third realm to the legendary saint realm. So, this is the saint realm. Fang Xinglan looked at the scene in front of him with a surprised expression. The world was still the same, but in his eyes, there was a great change. For example, in the eyes of outsiders, the sky looked normal, but in Fang Xinglan's eyes, he could see many array patterns intertwined. So the world is actually a huge array. At this moment, Fang Xinglan understood a lot of things. Although a formation grandmaster could also create a small world, such a small world was actually incomplete. However, after breaking through to the saint realm and comprehending the origin of array Dao, one would have the qualifications to open up a true small world. For a moment, he had gained a lot of things. Right at this moment, somewhere in the eastern continent, a new area was born. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the unstable void. Endless demonic chi leaked out from it, trying to pollute everything around it. The evil demon was born. The commotion immediately caused the expressions of some cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the region's growth to change drastically. Report this to the imperial court immediately. An evil spirit has been born. Send a message to the Holy Land. Tell them that an evil demon has appeared. Hurry. When the cultivators discovered that an evil spirit was about to appear, they reacted immediately. Although the human race was very strong now, the shadow of the evil demons still remained in their hearts. Therefore, now that an evil spirit had appeared, their first reaction was to immediately report it to their superiors and wait for them to send experts over to suppress the evil spirit. After the panic, soon, some experts came to their senses. Everyone, don't panic. Although the evil spirit is terrifying, its strength is only SOSO. Historically, the weakest evil spirits that have appeared were only at the first or second level of the celestial being realm, and the strongest were only at the almighty demon god realm. Now, among all of us, although there aren't many almighty cultivators, there are still quite a number of them. Even if a demon god appears, we might not be unable to fight against it. His words. It directly startled the others. That's right. We have no problem fighting against a demon god with our strength, unless an evil spirit of the perfected immortal realm appears. Phew, then let's prepare for war. No problem. Today, I also want to see how powerful the rumored evil spirits are. Those cultivators who reacted not only did not show any fear on their faces, but instead revealed eager expressions. The human race was very strong now. There were endless perfected immortal experts and countless celestial being cultivators. It was completely different from the situation in the past when celestial being was the top. As such, those evil spirits that were originally feared, with their current strength, there was no need to be afraid at all. At this moment, when a large amount of demonic chi leaked out, a huge body directly squeezed out from it. The body was so huge that it was almost indomitable. A monstrous demonic chi surged and swept in all directions like a wave. What a strong demonic chi! This evil spirit is at least above the 9th level of the celestial being realm. It might even be a demon god at the peak of the celestial being realm. The cultivators who were waiting at the side all had slight changes in their expressions. The peak of the celestial being realm, its strength was indeed not weak. However, when they saw the strength of the evil spirit that appeared, they were completely relieved. The peak of the celestial being realm was not weak, but if only one evil spirit at the peak of the celestial being realm was born, then it was not a problem at all. I'm finally back. The immortal demon god breathed in the air of the great wide world and let out a deafening sound. He cheered. He jumped for joy. He had finally escaped from that damned place, the demon abyss. With his strength at the peak of the celestial being realm, there was absolutely no one in the human race who could contend with him. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if there were really powerhouses at the peak of the celestial being realm, they would at most be able to contend with him. It was absolutely impossible for them to suppress him. Just as the immortal demon god was preparing to make plans for his future, boom, the void suddenly shattered. More than a dozen extremely tyrannical forces instantly shattered everything and bombarded him. He was caught off guard. The immortal demon god was bombarded and staggered back. The white bone armor on his body also cracked a lot. How can there be such a demon god powerhouse? The immortal demon god was shocked. Looking at the dozen or so human powerhouses who were charging toward him, he could not react for a moment. He was a little doubtful if he had seen wrongly. Every one of those people exuded a tyrannical and terrifying aura. That kind of aura, it was completely comparable to a demon god. That's not right. Aren't there no more powerhouses in the human race? Why? Why are there so many demon god-level powerhouses guarding here? Could it be that they already knew that I was coming out? That's why there are so many powerhouses squatting here. The immortal demon god was a little confused for a moment. When he could not see the situation clearly, the attacks of those human powerhouses had already arrived. The intertwining of the destructive forces made his heart tremble violently. He did not dare to hesitate at all. The immortal demon god immediately raised his attention to deal with them. Chapter 933. When the battle broke out, it naturally caused a huge commotion. Soon, the news of the evil demon's appearance spread like wildfire. Instantly, human race powerhouses appeared one after another. Many powerful auras intertwined together, causing the immortal Fien Celestial's expression to change. How is that possible? Weren't the human race extremely weak in the vast thousand domains? Why? Why were there so many powerhouses appearing? This was completely different from what he had expected. A little mouse has sneaked in. In the heavenly court, Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. The gods were all puzzled, not understanding what he meant. At this moment, the sky-reaching mirror hanging in front of the southern gate of heaven turned into a stream of light and instantly arrived at the inner hall of the heavenly palace. The sudden arrival of the sky-reaching mirror surprised the gods, but they soon returned to normal. Everyone, please take a look. With a thought, Qin Shujian saw an image appear in the sky-reaching mirror floating in the air. In the image, a fiend celestial was fighting with many human race powerhouses and was being beaten back. However, although the fiend celestial was being beaten back, all the immortals' expressions changed drastically. Demon. The demon of the demon abyss has appeared. Shi Yang's expression changed. How could he not know about the demon? For so many years, the demon of the East Continent had been wreaking havoc for a long time. Although the other immortals and gods had never seen the true appearance of the demon, their hatred for the demon abyss had long been engraved in the depths of their blood. As soon as they saw the demon, they immediately recognized the other party's identity. Instantly, an immortal god's expression darkened. Emperor of Heaven, the demon suddenly appeared. Could it be that the demon abyss is planning to attack in advance? I don't think so. Qin Shujian shook his head. If the demon abyss really wants to attack in advance, what can they do by sending a heavenly human realm fiend celestial? In my opinion, only this fiend celestial has broken out of the demon abyss. And so what if the demon abyss really attacks? The heavenly court today is no longer the heavenly court of 1,000,000 years ago. Hearing that, those immortals and gods who were a little flustered suddenly realized that the Emperor of Heaven in front of them had already broken the limit. Dao fruit. It was a realm that only existed in other epochs and had never existed in this epoch before. Although they didn't know how strong a Dao fruit was, it was still a Dao fruit. However, just by looking at Qin Shujian's confident expression, one could understand many things. Emperor Zhao nodded. Although the heavenly court was powerful 1,000,000 years ago, it's still far from the current heavenly court. The Emperor of Heaven even broke through his previous limits and advanced to the Dao fruit realm. No matter how strong the devil abyss is, there's no way it can contend against them. That may be the case, but the sudden arrival of a fiend celestial might spell trouble. Regarding Zhao Emperor's words, he was still worried about the existence of immortals and gods. In the hall, every expert had a different expression. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. If you want to know the origin of this demon god, why don't you just ask? After saying this, a large hand condensed in mid-air and sank into the heaven-reaching mirror. Kill. Demons wreak havoc in our human race, they deserve to die. Everyone, work harder, this demon won't be able to hold on for much longer. The human experts who besieged the demon were all agitated. Countless humans had died when demons wreaked havoc. As long as one was a normal person, they would kill demons as soon as possible. In the face of such an attack, the immortal fiend celestial had no power to resist at all. He was beaten until he was on the verge of death. It's impossible, it's impossible. Until now, the immortal fiend celestial still could not believe what was happening in front of him. He had never thought that he would be besieged by a group of people as soon as he came out of the great wide world. With so many experts, even if he was very strong, he did not have the ability to resist at all. The immortal fiend celestial had a hunch. If he returned to the devil abyss this time to be resurrected, those ancient demon gods would not let him off. After all, it was easy to imagine what would happen to a demon god who did not listen to orders and barged into the great wide world. Originally, the immortal fiend celestial had barged into the great wide world to avoid those ancient demon gods and to plunder the power of the great wide world first so that he could advance to an ancient demon god. As long as he advanced, then, even if he encountered an ancient demon god later, he would not be afraid at all. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was often cruel. At this moment, the immortal fiend celestial was very regretful. He regretted his impulse. Even if he had to live in the devil abyss, it was better than coming to the great wide world to die. Just when he thought he was going to die, the void in front of him suddenly shattered, and a giant hand reached out from the void, causing time to freeze. There was no resistance at all. The immortal fiend celestial was directly pinched by the giant hand and then pulled into the void. In less than half a breath, the shattered void healed as if nothing had happened, but the immortal fiend celestial was nowhere to be seen. A human expert's expression turned ugly. Did you see who it was that attacked just now? He only saw the void collapse for a moment, and then a giant hand reached out and grabbed the demon away. The entire process. It was so fast that he did not have time to react. Hearing this, The others fell silent. No one could see clearly who was the one who made the move. However, the aura emanating from the gigantic hand caused their blood to freeze. It could be said that, if the other party's target had been them instead of the demon, they would have absolutely no resistance at all and would have been wiped out completely. This matter is unusual. Report back to the higher-ups immediately. The mysterious expert rescued the demon. Maybe the person behind it is the expert from the Devil Abyss. An old man had a solemn expression. As soon as the word Devil Abyss came out, it was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Suddenly, all the human experts immediately retreated. As soon as they left, the aura that had gathered together and was enough to distort the void gradually disappeared. The unstable space in the new area slowly stabilized. Soon, the news of the demon's appearance and its rescue by a mysterious expert had completely spread. The demon's appearance and the mysterious expert's help? In the Chenyuan sacred ground, Qin Yuanbai's expression was a little strange and solemn. To be honest, he couldn't figure out what kind of expert would dare to secretly rescue a demon from the Devil Abyss right under the nose of the Heavenly Court, given the current strength of the Heavenly Court. But according to the information reported by his subordinates, this was indeed the case. It seems that I have to go to the Heavenly Court when I have time, Qin Yuanbai thought to himself. He knew that the Heavenly Court was in a meeting at the moment. However, he was only a deity position of the 3,000 divine generals. He was not qualified to enter the Heavenly Court at all. He had to meet the Emperor of Heaven. He could only postpone it. Chapter 934. However, Qin Yuanbai looked sideways at the high-spirited Fang Xinglan and felt a little depressed. As the Sacred Lord, he had only obtained the position of the 3,000 divine generals, but Fang Xinglan, as the Deputy Sacred Lord, had obtained the position of the Array Ancestor. After all, the Array Ancestor's position was very high, almost as high as that of the 4 war gods. He was not qualified to enter the Heavenly Palace to discuss matters, but Fang Xinglan was. The more he thought about it, the more depressed Qin Yuanbai became. Of course, he also understood that Fang Xinglan obtaining the position of the Array Ancestor was a great thing for the Chenyuan sacred ground. However, Qin Yuanbai still felt a little uncomfortable. In particular, the faint smile on Fang Xinglan's face made him feel that Fang Xinglan might be laughing at him. Demons are a big deal. Should I go to the Heavenly Court and report it? I believe the Heavenly Court has also received the news. Qin Yuanbai replied angrily. Fang Xinglan looked dignified and shook his head in objection. The problem of demons can be big or small. I think it's better to report it in time. Although the Heavenly Court is discussing matters now, we can't care so much now. Qin Yuanbai closed his eyes and was too lazy to answer. Seeing this, Fang Xinglan smiled, not feeling bored at all. He was just saying. He had no intention of going to the Heavenly Court at all. As Qin Yuanbai said, if the Chenyuan sacred ground knew about the emergence of demons, then the Heavenly Court would definitely know about it. After all, the intelligence of the Heavenly Court was not comparable to anyone else. His smile faded a little. Fang Xinglan said seriously, now that I have obtained the position of the Array Ancestor, the human clan should prosper in the Tao of Formations, so I think the sacred ground should open up a place that belongs solely to the Tao of Formations. In that way, anyone in the world who has achieved something in the Tao of Formations can come to the sacred ground to cultivate. In the long run, the Tao of Formations of the human clan will inevitably prosper. Qin Yuanbai opened his eyes and looked at Fang Xinglan. It's not a problem to open up a Tao of Formations holy land. As the Array Ancestor, you do have this qualification. The establishment of the Tao of Formations holy land would definitely divide the power within the Chenyuan sacred ground. However, he had no way to refuse. The current Fang Xinglan was no longer someone who he could suppress. The 2 words Array Ancestor were enough to make the Array Tao powerhouses of the myriad races submit. Furthermore, the other party's strength was also extraordinary. If they were to really fight, Qin Yuanbai had no confidence in being able to contend against him. This was the power of a deity position. Before he obtained the Godseal position, Fang Xinglan was not even a true immortal, while he himself had already corroborated his Tao for many years. But now, once the other party became a god, his strength would increase greatly. Even if he had just broken through, he was still not someone an ordinary first heaven immortal could compare to. The amplification of the deity position. In particular, the amplification of a powerful deity position was enough to match hundreds and thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Therefore, Qin Yuanbai had no way to stop Fang Xinglan from establishing an array formation Holy Land in the Qianyuan sacred ground. It's great that the Holy Lord can support me. Fang Xinglan smiled. He knew what Qin Yuanbai was thinking, but the other party had no reason to object. Although the Qianyuan sacred ground was a sacred ground of the human race, it was also a combination of countless sects. Therefore, the various sects in the sacred ground were divided into various factions. When dealing with outsiders, the Qianyuan sacred ground was a whole. But when dealing with outsiders, the Qianyuan sacred ground was actually somewhat divided. Over the years, Fang Xinglan had been thinking of ways to revitalize his Heavenly Array sect. However, the Nine Palace sect was the dominant sect, and Yuanzong could not get rid of them, so there was no way for the Heavenly Array sect to develop. But now it was different. He had become the Array ancestor, and all the Array masters in the world would respect him. Then, it would not be a problem for the Heavenly Array sect to flourish. Heavenly Court. Qin Shujian condensed a big hand and submerged it into the heaven-reaching mirror. When he withdrew his hand, the immortal demon had already been caught in the main hall. The huge demon god was originally 1,000,000 feet tall. But now, it was directly suppressed to the size of a normal person by a mysterious force. When the demon god appeared, all the immortals and gods' eyes fell on him. At that moment, the immortal demon god felt a terrible pressure on him, and the demon chi in his body almost collapsed. He was so scared that his legs were a little weak. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do now? The immortal demon god's mind was in a mess. In his sight, the aura emitted from every expert was not weaker than the ancient demon gods of the demon abyss. No. They were more powerful than many of the ancient demon gods of the demon abyss. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not figure out where he was and why there were so many experts. All of a sudden, the immortal demon god raised his head and looked in the direction of the emperor's throne. Ah! With just a glance, his head cracked open, and his whole body fell to the ground. Looking at the immortal demon god who fell to the ground, Qin Shujian smiled faintly and withdrew some of his aura. Immortal demon lord, we meet again. With one sentence, the immortal demon god who fell to the ground struggled to get up, and then carefully looked at the emperor's throne. He immediately recognized Qin Shujian's identity. It's you. The immortal demon god exclaimed. He would never forget the ant who killed him in the ordinary realm and forced him to go back to the demon abyss to be reborn. Originally, the immortal demon god was ready. If he had the chance to return to the vast thousand domains in the future, he would definitely crush that ant into ashes. However, he had never imagined that the ant that he wanted to crush day and night would be sitting there high and mighty. Moreover, his strength had reached a level that could penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. With just a glance, he had almost caused his body and Tao to dissipate. The immortal demon god was first angry, then frightened, and finally desperate. How dare you not bow before the Emperor of Heaven? Sai Hanhai's face was cold, and with a wave of his hand, a gust of energy surged. The immortal demon god's bone armor cracked and shattered, and the soul fire in his head was almost extinguished. He was directly in a state of serious injury. Sky, Celestial Emperor. The immortal demon god knelt on the ground, his heart full of horror. Seeing Sai Hanhai attack, Qin Shujian did not stop him. He waited until the immortal demon god was in a state of near death before he spoke. Should I call you immortal demon lord or immortal demon god? Emperor of Heaven, call me whatever you think you should call me. The situation was stronger than the demon, and the immortal demon god quickly admitted defeat. He finally understood that there was no one here that he could afford to offend. The person who attacked just now just waved his sleeve, and he almost had to go back to the demon abyss to report. That kind of strength. Even among the ancient demon gods, he was considered one of the strongest. And such an expert was respectful to Qin Shujian, so one could imagine how terrifying Qin Shujian's strength was. In the eyes of the immortal demon god, the other party was very likely comparable to the three top ancient demon gods of the demon abyss: Eternal Life, Night Emperor, and Heavenly Saint. Chapter 935. In the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace. Surrounded by officials, the immortal demon knelt on the ground, not daring to move at all. Qin Shujian looked down at him and said, "I'm still used to calling you the immortal demon lord. How about this? If you answer some of my questions, I can consider letting you live. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die completely, and even the demon abyss won't be able to revive you." Qin Shujian's voice was calm, but to the immortal demon lord, it was full of coldness. He did not doubt the other party's words. After all, that ant was now the Emperor of Heaven. One had to know. Demons weren't truly immortal and indestructible. In the vast thousand domains, there was a way to really kill a demon. The undying demonic god himself knew that ancestral weapons were the nemesis of all evil spirits. So, in the face of Qin Shujian's threat, the immortal demon lord quickly admitted defeat. "Emperor of Heaven, if you have any questions, just ask. I'll tell you everything I know." "Very well." Seeing the other party's attitude, Qin Shujian nodded. "Heaven and earth have been born for a long time, and no demons have been born. Why did you come to the vast thousand domains this time? What's the purpose of the demon abyss?" "Emperor of Heaven, I came to the vast thousand domains because many ancient demon gods in the demon abyss have awakened. We demon gods are just food in the eyes of the ancient demon gods. In order to fight for a way to live, I came to the vast thousand domains without permission. But I can guarantee that I have absolutely no intention of harming the vast thousand domains. I hope the Emperor of Heaven can give me a way out and let me live." The immortal demon lord told him everything he knew, and in the end, he simply begged for mercy. "Ancient demon god." Qin Shujian's expression did not change. "How strong are the ancient demon gods?" "The strength of the ancient demon gods is about the same as the true immortals of the vast thousand domains. Some powerful ancient demon gods are even comparable to the ancient Qin Kang." The immortal demon lord originally wanted to say the ancient Emperor of Heaven, but when he thought of the identity of the person in front of him, he could only say Qin Kang's real name. After that, he didn't wait for Qin Shujian to ask another question. Not long ago, Eternal Life, Night Emperor, and Heaven Saint, the three ancient demon gods, awakened. They are the strongest among all the ancient demon gods in the demon abyss. They are no weaker than Qin Kang. Eternal Life, Night Emperor, Sky Saint. Xiao Chengfeng sneered. "As expected, they didn't die. It's good that they've revived. When the time comes, I'll settle the score with them for 1,000,000 years." In his previous life, vast Kang Immortal Lord had perished in the Devil Abyss. The true culprits behind Hao Kang's death were the half-step Dao fruit ancient demon gods. After hearing the immortal demon god's words, Xiao Chengfeng's murderous intent was triggered. At this moment, the immortal demon god tilted his head and looked in the direction of the sound. "Are you familiar with the three ancient demon gods?" he asked cautiously. The current Xiao Chengfeng was completely different from the Hao Kang from 1,000,000 years ago. Even if the immortal demon god had seen Hao Kang before, he would not be able to recognize him. Hearing this, Xiao Chengfeng smiled coldly. "Do you remember the ancient Haotsang? Hao Kang?" The immortal demon god was shocked again. How could he not remember Hao Kang's name? 1,000,000 years ago, he was the only expert who had killed his way into the Devil Abyss. Although he had died in the Devil Abyss, he had caused the Devil Abyss to suffer heavy losses. It was only when the top ancient demon gods attacked that Hao Kang was killed. The immortal demon god was gone. The person in front of him was Hao Kang from the ancient times. Soon, he figured out the key point. Reincarnated and recultivated, the Eastern War god is very familiar with the three ancient demon gods mentioned by the immortal demon lord. Are they the half-step Dao fruit ancient demon gods from the Devil Abyss? Qin Shujian said calmly. Hearing this, Xiao Chengfeng cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven, those three are the half-step Dao fruit ancient demon gods. I see. Qin Shujian understood. The Devil Abyss has 3 half-step Dao fruits. No wonder the ancient heavenly court was no match for them. Unfortunately, the ancient heavenly court is no longer the ancient heavenly court. Not to mention 3 half-step Dao fruits, even if there are twice as many, they are just ants in my eyes. Emperor of Heaven, how can the Devil Abyss fight against you? Many immortals bowed. The immortal demon god, who was kneeling on the ground, could only tremble. Then, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the immortal demon god again. So, you were just lucky to escape from the demonic abyss. Originally, I wanted to give you a way out, but unfortunately, you brought too little information. In that case, I will send you on your way. After that, he did not do anything, but the immortal demon god, who was kneeling on the ground, turned into green smoke and disappeared. After breaking through to the Dao fruit ancient demon god. Even if Qin Shujian did not use his ancestral armament or the red lotus of delusion, he would still be able to easily kill the evil demon. The undying and indestructible evil demons were not truly undying and indestructible. It was just that the demon had been tainted by something at the Dao fruit level, so it had a fake immortality. But this kind of immortality, in front of a real Dao fruit, it was a joke. Kill. It was just a simple matter. Seeing the immortal demon god disappear, an immortal god cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven, the demon is immortal. Once it dies, it will be reborn in the Devil Abyss. If we let it go now, will it reveal the heavenly court's strength? Don't worry, it can't go back. Qin Shujian shook his head as if he didn't care at all. When he saw the confusion on the immortals' faces, he patiently explained. The undying and indestructible fiends are not truly undying and indestructible. It's only because the Devil Abyss is formed from the body of the Dao fruit that the fiends are tainted with the aura of the Dao fruit that they possess this so-called undying and indestructible body. Now that I am at the Dao fruit level, it is naturally not a problem to kill a demon. After all, can a living Dao fruit be inferior to a dead one? At this point, the immortals were relieved. According to Qin Shujian, the demon's biggest problem was no longer a problem. Qin Shujian said, now that most of the ancient demonic gods in the demonic abyss have recovered, the strength of the heavenly court has also increased greatly. Destroying the demonic abyss is not a problem. Everyone, prepare for war. Your subjects obey. Court is dismissed. Qin Shujian waved his hand, and the immortals immediately bowed and retreated. Soon, apart from him, there was no one else in the heavenly court's inner hall. Sitting on the throne, Qin Shujian suddenly felt a little bored. Because at this level, he didn't have any clue as to how to proceed further. He had done most of what needed to be done. The rest, he just had to wait for the right time. Speaking of which, Xie Yi should have finished touring the human race. With his talent, if nurtured well, it won't be a problem for him to become a half-step Dao fruit cultivator in the future. There is even a glimmer of hope for him to reach the Dao fruit level. If I let him stay in the human race, it would be a waste. With that thought in mind, Qin Shujian closed his eyes and covered the vast thousand realms with his divine sense, searching for Xie Yi's location. Chapter 936. A little knowledge is inferior to a great knowledge, a little year is inferior to a big year. In a private school, there was a middle-aged man in a green robe who looked like a Confucian scholar. He had a faint smile on his face as he spoke. Around him sat many students. The sound of reading. The sound had already passed through the private school and spread outside. It was noon. The middle-aged man in green robe said, "Today's class ends here. You all can go back." Yes. Everyone nodded, then packed their things and left. Only the middle-aged man in green robe sat there alone, watching the students leave one by one. The smile on his face never faded. At this moment, the void in front of him distorted. A person walked out and landed in front of him. Senior is living a carefree life now. Qin Shujian looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that Xie Yi, who said he wanted to travel to the human race to see the current situation of the human race, would stay here and be a teacher. It was hard to imagine. This ordinary-looking Confucian scholar was actually a true immortal-level expert. Xie Yi was a little surprised by Qin Shujian's appearance, but he didn't show too much strangeness. Hearing this, he also revealed a smile on his face. How many years has it been? I've never thought that the human race could really have such a peaceful scene today. At that time, the 10,000 races joined forces to force the human race and vowed to exterminate the human race. The human race born in that era had never experienced peace at all. From the moment they were born, they were surrounded by killing. Xie Yi's smile faded a little, and his eyes seemed to be reminiscing. I was born in a tribe, but not long after, the tribe was attacked by the 10,000 races. Almost all the humans died in the hands of the 10,000 races. Only I and a few others were lucky enough to escape. From then on, I hoped that the human race would not have any more wars. There were only two ways to make the human race not have any wars. Either destroy the 10,000 races or beat them into submission. Unfortunately, I didn't do it in the end. Now, you have done it. When Xie Yi talked about these things, he wasn't angry or sad. More than 200,000 years. It could turn many things into memories. Hearing this, Qin Shujian could understand. When he was traveling against the river of time, he had seen what kind of situation the human race was in 200,000 years ago. The current peace of the human race is only on the surface. The storms have never stopped for even a moment. It's only because someone has blocked the storms that they haven't wreaked havoc here. Senior, your talent is very strong. You have hope of advancing to the Dao fruit realm in the future. Instead of wasting your time in the human world, why don't you follow me back to the heaven? Qin Shujian said calmly. Xie Yi's gaze landed on him as if he wanted to see something. The Qin Emperor is right. The so-called peace is just someone blocking the wind and rain. Now that the heavenly court has been established and all races have submitted to it, the Qin Emperor said that there is a storm. Could it be the demonic abyss that is about to arrive? The demonic abyss is nothing. I can destroy it with a wave of my hand. Destroy them with a wave of my hand? Xie Yi frowned. The devil abyss is extremely powerful. In the ancient times, it was able to destroy the heavenly court and bury the true immortals of the 10,000 races. Although the heavenly court is also extremely powerful now, it is too much to say that it can destroy the devil abyss with a wave of its hand. If the Qin Emperor lets his guard down against the demonic abyss, there will be trouble. In his opinion, although the heavenly court was very powerful now, it might not be comparable to the demonic abyss. If he had to compare, they were at most on par. Xie Yi's words were a bit arrogant. The strongest of the demonic abyss is only a half-step Dao fruit realm expert. Now that I have advanced to the Dao fruit realm, I can naturally destroy the demonic abyss with a wave of my hand. Qin Shujian was not annoyed by Xie Yi's doubts. Dao fruit. Xie Yi's eyes flickered. He thought of the worldly phenomenon that had lasted for a long time a few days ago. Although he had never heard of the Dao fruit before, he could guess some things from Qin Shujian's words. So the Dao fruit realm is above the true immortal realm. I was ignorant. Xie Yi sighed. After 200,000 years of silence, he found that he could not keep up with the times. The human race was developing very quickly now. Experts were emerging one after another. Compared to 200,000 years ago, it was a completely different world. To put it bluntly, if the human race's current strength was compared to 200,000 years ago, they would definitely be able to sweep through all races and re-establish the supreme might of the ancient era. Xie Yi said, since the demonic abyss is not a problem for the Qin Emperor, what hidden dangers are there that can threaten the human race? Some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. I can't say much now. When the time is right, I will naturally tell you. Qin Shujian shook his head, not revealing too much. If everything is settled and you are willing to stay in the human race and live in seclusion, I will definitely not stop you. But now, I hope that you can enter the heavenly court and contribute to the human race. Given the current heavenly court, I'm afraid it does not lack a true immortal. The heavenly court does not lack a true immortal, but it does lack a true immortal who can become a Dao fruit realm expert in the future. If I refuse, Will the Qin Emperor take action? Xie Yi asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene suddenly became silent. After a long while, Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. I will not take action. Whether you stay in the human race or follow me back to the heavenly court is your own matter. Others naturally cannot interfere. But I believe that a person who sacrificed himself for the human race 200,000 years ago will definitely not be afraid to fight. With that, Xie Yi laughed. Xie Yi laughed. Xie Yi is part of the human race. Naturally, I should do something for the human race. Fine, Emperor Qin has come personally. If I were to reject him, I would be ignorant. However, I do not wish to leave. I hope the Qin Emperor can give me a few days to make some arrangements. After all, I have stayed for a few years. It is impossible to say that I have no feelings for you. It is normal. I will wait for you in the heavenly court. Qin Shujian smiled. A token suddenly landed in front of Xie Yi. This is the token to the heavenly court. Senior, you can only enter the southern heavenly gate with it. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Unfathomable. Xie Yi spat out a few words in a grave tone. From beginning to end, he did not notice Qin Shujian's arrival and departure. Obviously, the other party's strength had reached a level that was far beyond his imagination. Dao Fruit Realm? Xie Yi shook his head. This was the first time he had heard of this realm. He had never seen a Dao Fruit Realm expert make a move. There was no way to understand how strong that realm was for the time being. His gaze landed on the token and he reached out to grab it. The two sides of the token were as smooth as a painting. There were two large words engraved on it, Heavenly Court. Chapter 937. The Heavenly Court. Xie Yi put away the token, tidied up the table, and walked out of the private school. After leaving the Heavenly Court, he came to the East Continent to travel. With the legs of a true immortal. Even if he didn't use any special means, he could travel the entire East Continent in a few years. In the end, he stayed in a village. The village wasn't big, with less than 1,000 people. But the villagers were simple and the environment was peaceful. Xie Yi liked it very much. But, although he stayed, he didn't reveal his identity. The other party only said that he was a Confucian scholar who had studied for a few years. In the end, he stayed in the village as he wished, and became a nameless teacher. Day after day. These days were simple and plain, but for Xie Yi, they were fulfilling and comfortable. He was born in a time of turmoil and war, and died for the human race. His whole life, almost all of it, was in a storm of blood. No matter how belligerent a person was, they would still feel tired after being in the midst of bloody battles for so many years. So would Xie Yi. But back then, the human race's situation wasn't optimistic at all. Even if he was tired, he could only persevere and fight for the human race. But now, it was different. All races submitted, and the human race was at its peak. Xie Yi naturally didn't want to be involved in the slaughter. But people like me have wind in their blood. It's hard for me to find true peace. Xie Yi sighed. Walking out of the private school, some young and old people were sitting under the shade of a tree. When they saw Xie Yi, they greeted him warmly. Mr. Xie, class is over. If you're free tonight, why don't you come to my house for a meal? No need. I can handle it myself. Facing the villagers' enthusiasm, Xie Yi smiled and nodded in response. Normally speaking, at this time, there were old people and children in the village, while the young and strong went out to work. But now, it was different. With the spirit qi of heaven and earth, everyone had a certain level of cultivation. Take those old people just now for example. Every one of them was no weaker than a physical invulnerability expert. So, naturally, there was no distinction between the young and the old. Most of the people went out to work in shifts. The rest of the people who were on break sat together and chatted. 200,000 years ago, even the weakest human had reached the physical invulnerability stage. This was something unimaginable. At that time, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had weakened significantly. Although there were still some people who could be born into the true martial realm in places with dense spirit chi, there were very few people who could actually be born into the true martial realm. The place where Xia Yi lives is in the east of the village. It is a yellow mud house that the villagers built for him. He returned to his residence. After a simple tidying up, Xia Yi began to make a fire to cook rice. This was something he would do after class on weekdays. In the next few days, Xia Yi acted as usual and didn't show any abnormalities. He went to class as usual and went home to cook. On the 5th day, he found the village chief and told him that he needed to leave. Despite the village head's persuasion, he had no choice but to agree in the end. Knowing that Xia Yi was leaving, many people in the village came to see him off. "Everyone, please go back. If I have time in the future, I will definitely come back," Xia Yi said with a smile before turning around and leaving. Heavenly Court. After splitting a trace of power to find Xia Yi, Qin Shujian stayed in the Heavenly Palace. After breaking through to the Dao Fruit Realm, he indeed had nothing to do. Every day, he stayed in the Heavenly Palace and observed the evolution of his inner world. Because of the time formation, it had been 90,000 years since his inner world was born. Especially some time ago, when his inner world was promoted to a great Kiliakasm, a batch of upper 3 true immortals were born. With the appearance of upper 3 true immortals, the strength of the myriad races greatly increased. At this point, the conflicts between the various races also intensified. Wars and killings could be seen almost everywhere. After all, there were only so many resources in the world. If a race needed to develop, they needed an endless stream of resources. The races that obtained resources wanted more. The races that couldn't obtain resources also wanted to obtain resources for their own races. As a result, fighting was simply unavoidable. Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping the fighting of the myriad races. In his eyes, the fighting of the myriad races was a process that the world had to go through. Without going through a battle, it would be difficult for the myriad races to merge. Only after a battle would the strongest side be determined. When that time came, only then would the remaining myriad races be intimidated and the world return to peace. If we don't fight, how can the myriad races have endless powerhouses? Once the world falls into a state of peace, if we don't fight, it's equivalent to walking to the end. Qin Shujian looked at the myriad races that were fighting non-stop and thought to himself. A world without fighting was like a pool of stagnant water. If that was the case, what room would there be for the world to grow? How could there be peerless powerhouses? One had to know. Any peerless powerhouse had to kill their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was impossible to give birth to a true powerhouse just by relying on bitter cultivation. Since ancient times, the top powerhouses of every era were all like this. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian's heart stirred. His spiritual will withdrew from his inner world. Outside the Heavenly Palace, Xia Yi was already waiting there with a token in his hand. However, without Qin Shujian's order, Mu Yang didn't dare to let him in. "Let him in." A calm and dignified voice came from the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace. After receiving the order, Mu Yang immediately let him in. "The Emperor of Heaven has ordered that you can enter." "Thank you." Xia Yi cupped his hand slightly and stepped into the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace. When he reached the inner hall and saw Qin Shujian on the throne, he also bowed. "Xia Yi of the human race greets the Emperor Qin. It seems that Senior has already settled the matter." "You can say so." Xia Yi shook his head and replied non-committally. Qin Shujian said, "I'm very gratified that Senior can come to the Heavenly Court. Now, Senior has two choices. One is to enter the Heavenly Court and become a deity. With the support of the deity position, your cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and your strength will also increase greatly. The second is to stay in the Heavenly Court and cultivate, but not accept the deity position. You can also not respect the Emperor of Heaven. I won't restrict you either. Now, there are two people in the Heavenly Court. Senior, if you choose the second, then you will be the third." Hearing this, Xia Yi pondered for a moment and didn't immediately give an answer. Both options had their pros and cons, so he needed to carefully consider them. After a while, he cupped his hands and said, "I've always been used to being free. I'm afraid that I might not be able to adapt to being an official of the heavenly court." The meaning behind his words was obvious. Since Senior has made his choice, then I won't force it. Qin Shujian nodded. He didn't feel regretful about Xia Yi's choice. As long as Xia Yi could stay in the heavenly court, it was enough. Everything else was trivial. Chapter 938. In the ancient barren world. Currently, the Array faction dojo had already become a major faction. Ever since he had joined Qin Shujian and became a traitor, Zhong Yi's strength had increased tremendously. During this period, he had even made a trip to the Great Thousand World and obtained a lot of Array knowledge from Qin Shujian. To the people of the ancient barren world, the news of Zhong Yi becoming an Array master had already spread. However, no one was sure. Not only was Zhong Yi an Array Dao Grandmaster, but he was also a Second Realm Array Dao Grandmaster, close to the Third Realm. Now that the Array Faction Martial Club had destroyed the Rising Dragon Martial Club and other forces, they had taken over the city. In the Array Faction Martial Club, Zhong Yi sat at the top. He had made a huge breakthrough in his Array cultivation. Even his cultivation base had improved a lot. Although he had not broken through the heavenly human realm, he had reached the peak of the divine martial realm. The peak of the divine martial realm coupled with the skills of a second realm Array master. It could be said that Zhong Yi's strength was already one of the top experts in the ancient barren world. Even if he could not fight against an almighty, he was not afraid of many people below the almighty level. It was also because of the increase in his cultivation that his appearance had become much younger, and he wasn't as old as he was before. "Clubmaster, the Swift Wind sect insisted on fighting with us for the mine. They have already injured many of our people. How should we deal with this matter?" A disciple of the Array Faction Martial Club cupped his hands and said. After saying that, someone else interrupted. HMPH, the Swift Wind sect dared to provoke the Array Faction Martial Club. We will not let this matter rest. As far as I know, the heavenly human of the Swift Wind sect is already old and will pass away at any time. How can an old heavenly human fight against the clubmaster? You should know that the clubmaster's array skills are second to none in the ancient barren world. That's right. If they don't give us an explanation, we will destroy them. Soon, there were others who agreed. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall was heated. Every disciple of the Array Faction Martial Club had a violent aura and high fighting spirit on their faces. The current Array Faction dojo was no longer the same as it was a few years ago. Ever since Dojo Master Zhong Yi broke through to Array Dao Grandmaster, the Array Faction dojo's reputation was like the sun at noon. A formation Dao Grandmaster. Sometimes, they were even more powerful than ordinary celestials. In the past, when the Array Faction dojo was in decline, it was oppressed by many powers. Although the disciples didn't say anything, they definitely didn't feel good about it. Now that the Array Faction Martial Arts School had regained its reputation, it was a chance for many people to avenge their past humiliation. Hearing this, Zhong Yi's expression was solemn. My Array Faction dojo must have that or mine. One must know that the ore mine contains purple gold. If we can excavate it, it will be of great benefit to the dojo. It won't be a big problem even if the strength of the martial arts club is increased by another level. At this point, he looked at the others. Moreover, my Array Faction dojo also cares about our reputation. If the Swift Wind sect injures our disciples and my Array Faction dojo doesn't say anything, this matter will definitely not be justified. So, either the Swift Wind sect apologizes and obediently hand over the mine, or we'll start a war. Zhong Yi's eyes were like lightning and his aura rose. Since the establishment of my Array Faction dojo, we've never been afraid of war or death. Now that I've broken through to Array Dao Grandmaster, it's time to restore the reputation of the dojo to its former peak and even surpass the glory of the past. Fight! Fight! In the lobby, the disciples of the dojo were in high spirits and their voices of war resounded throughout the Array Faction dojo. Looking at the reaction of the disciples, Zhong Yi nodded with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Over the years, his goal had been to revitalize the Array faction dojo. Unfortunately, at that time, he was really too weak. Not to mention revitalizing the dojo, even maintaining the legacy was a difficult task. It wasn't easy to have two talented disciples. In order to let the two disciples become talents, he even specially got a quota for the Purple Heaven dojo. However, those two disciples were ultimately not lucky enough. But it didn't matter. If the disciples died, then so be it. Zhong Yi was confident that with his current strength and foundation, he didn't need to rely on anyone. In addition, after taking over the mine, the dojo will start a round of competition. Any cultivator below the age of 50 can come and participate. As for the specific rewards, we'll discuss it at that time. But I only have one request. That is, in this competition, we must make the Array faction dojo famous. At the same time, it's also good to screen out suitable geniuses to enrich the foundation of the Array faction dojo. After saying that, Zhong Yi silently added in his heart, it's also good to find suitable targets for me to kill. That's right. The biggest intention of holding the competition was to attract suitable targets and then secretly eliminate them. At this moment, he finally understood who the targets he wanted to kill were. The Son of Fate. To put it bluntly, they were geniuses and geniuses with great opportunities. Such geniuses would gather wherever there was something happening. With the current reputation of the Array faction dojo, coupled with enough gimmicks, it could totally attract those geniuses. At that time, Zhong Yi had plenty of ways to get rid of those people without anyone knowing. As long as he eliminated them, then he would be able to obtain more benefits from Qin Shujian. How is the second realm Array faction Grand Master enough? The third realm, or even the legendary Saint realm, will be my goal. Zhong Yi's heart was burning. He loved the Array faction very much, but unfortunately his talent was limited. But it didn't matter if his talent was limited. As long as he had enough opportunities, he could still soar to the sky. Of course. Zhong Yi only buried these thoughts in the depths of his heart and didn't tell anyone in detail. In fact, no one in the desolate great world knew that he was a world traitor. There was no other way. Such a secret, it was enough for him to know. If it was spread out, then no matter if it was him or the Array faction dojo, they would not be tolerated by the desolate great world. When that time came, Zhong Yi felt that not to mention a second realm Array faction Grand Master, even a third realm Array faction Grand Master would not be able to escape. Unless, if he could reach the legendary Saint realm, then he might have the possibility to fight against the whole world with his own strength. But such thoughts could only be thought of. Even with Qin Shujian's help, Zhong Yi did not have 100% confidence. None of the disciples present knew what their dojo master was thinking. Now they were completely immersed in the future glory of the Array faction dojo. Chapter 939. Jifeng Sect. As a top sect with a heavenly being, Jifeng Sect status in the ancient barren world had always been high. Unfortunately, as the heavenly being aged and no new heavenly being was born, the sect's power had declined day by day. Until now. Although Jifeng Sect was a top sect, it did not have the strength that a top sect should have. Sect Hall. The current sect master of Jifeng Sect, who was also the only heavenly being in Jifeng Sect, exuded an aura of old age, as if he would pass away at any time. Below him sat many elders of the Swift Wind Sect. Now, everyone's expression was different. Some were angry and some were worried. Now that the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy is closing in, do you have any plans? Sect Master Yu Xiu's expression was calm as he looked at the changes in everyone's expression. It seemed that he did not feel much anger towards the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall suddenly became silent. After a long time, an elder cupped his hands. Sect Master, the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy's reputation is like the sun in the sky. The Sect Master, Zhong Yi, has obtained some kind of opportunity and his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Although he has not reached the heavenly being realm, he has reached the peak of the divine martial realm. Not only that, But he has also made a breakthrough in array Dao and become one of the rare array Dao masters in the ancient barren world. If our sect has a direct conflict with the array faction martial arts academy, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous. Hearing this, Yu Xiu looked at the others. Do you think so too? The elders did not reply. At this moment, a middle-aged elder with a red face shouted angrily, "What is the array faction martial arts academy? When it was founded, it had some reputation, but now it has been weak for many years. Zhong Yi was weak in the past and could be killed by me with my bare hands. Now that he has obtained some kind of opportunity, he has a chance to turn things around. Jifeng sect has existed for thousands of years. When have we ever been afraid of a small array faction martial arts academy? Elder Liu, you're wrong. What does Elder Zhong have to say?" Elder Liu looked unhappy and glared angrily. Elder Zhong heard this. His expression was calm. The array faction martial arts academy in the past was indeed nothing, but the current array faction martial arts academy is no longer what it used to be. It is undoubtedly a mistake to look at it in the past. There were some things that should be done in the present. We have to admit that the strength of the array faction martial club is no weaker than our Jifeng sect. In fact, they might even be stronger. After all, at this point, Elder Zhong looked at Yu Xiu and cupped his hands respectfully. "Sect Master, this old man did not mean to be disrespectful. I just wanted to say that everything I did was for the sake of the Swift Wind sect. Speak your mind." Yu Xiu nodded slightly, indicating for him to continue. Seeing this, Elder Zhong continued, "Although the sect master is a diviner, he is already old. Not to mention whether his strength is at its peak, if he suffered any losses in the battle with the array faction dojo, he might pass away early. You must know that once my Swift Wind sect loses a celestial, it will definitely fall from being a top sect. If it's just a drop in status, that's fine. When an outstanding disciple becomes a diviner again in the future, my Swift Wind sect can rise again. However, my Swift Wind sect has been on bad terms with many forces over the years. Without you, the sect master, those forces will not let my Swift Wind sect go easily. At that time, if we are not careful, our sect might be destroyed." At this moment, Elder Zhong suddenly stood up and bowed to Yu Xiu. "I don't know why this old man is afraid to fight. If it is really beneficial to the Swift Wind sect, this old man will not hesitate to give up his life. However, if we do it knowing that it is impossible, it will put the great Swift Wind sect in a dangerous place. At that time, if the Swift Wind sect is destroyed because of this, we will not be able to answer to the ancestors of the Swift Wind sect in the underworld." Immediately after, without waiting for Yu Xiu to speak, Elder Zhong straightened up and looked at Elder Liu. This old man is not really opposed to Elder Liu's proposal. As a top sect, our sect should not lose its backbone. However, in the face of the crisis of the sect's survival, we have to bow our heads for the time being. You must know that a man does not have 1,000 days of happiness, and a flower does not bloom for 100 days. Our Swift Wind sect was glorious in the past, and it is normal for it to decline now. It is just like how the Array sect martial arts dojo has declined for a long time, and now it has risen again. As long as we can be patient, we will have a chance to return to the peak sooner or later. This old man has said what needs to be said. That's all I have to say. The rest is up to the elders." After saying that, Elder Zhong sat down again. Elder Liu's face seemed to turn a little redder. He wanted to refute, but the other party's words were reasonable, so he did not know how to refute for a while. In the main hall, many people nodded in agreement. It was obvious that Elder Zhong's words had struck a chord in their hearts. Sect Master Yu Xiu waited for a long time before nodding in agreement. Elder Zhong is right. A man does not have 1,000 days of happiness, and a flower does not bloom for 100 days. No one dares to say that they are invincible. Even if they are invincible for a while, they will eventually fall from the altar. I don't have much time left. I only have about 30 years left. Once 30 years are up, even a true immortal will not be able to reverse the situation. If you want to fight, then I will fight with you. Even if I have to sacrifice my old bones, I will still be able to take Zhong Yi down with me if I self-destruct. However, after I self-destruct, Whether or not the Swift Wind sect can hold on to its foundation is your problem. Yu Xiu paused, paying attention to the changes in everyone's expression. After a long while, he continued. If you don't fight, then our Swift Wind sect will give up the fight for the mine. In addition, we will close our doors and never walk in the world again. I will spend the last 30 years trying my best to cultivate a heavenly being for the Swift Wind sect. Of course, I am not 100% sure that a heavenly being will be born within 30 years. I can only say that I will try my best. After Yu Xiu finished speaking, Elder Zhong continued, the way of the world now is different from the past. After the game was released, everyone entered the game to cultivate. As long as they can raise their realm in the game, they can also quickly raise their realm in the real world. 30 years in the real world is 90 years in the game. If you can raise your realm to the heavenly being realm in the game during this time, then you can also quickly raise your realm in the real world. 30 years may not seem long, but it may not be impossible for our Swift Wind sect to give birth to a new heavenly being. After saying that, Elder Zhong silently added another sentence in his heart. He even suspected that Zhong Yi was able to raise his realm so quickly because he had obtained some unknown opportunity in the game. However, these were just his thoughts and he did not say it out loud. Chapter 940. Yu Xiu said, Elder Zhong is right. Times have changed. Our Jifeng sect has not been able to produce a celestial being in the past, but it doesn't mean that there won't be one in the future. The opportunities in the game are not small. If you can get them, advancing by leaps and bounds is not empty words. It's a pity that I'm old now and don't have so much energy to spend. Otherwise, give me another 100 years and I might be able to walk out of the haze of my lifespan. In the end, Yu Xiu looked a little regretful. The game came out too late. If it came out 100 years earlier, he could also go in to find opportunities. As for now, with only a few decades of lifespan left, he could only sit here. Otherwise, every movement could accelerate the loss of his lifespan. That was probably how the saying 1 foot in the grave described him. However, Yu Xiu didn't have too many regrets. At this point, he had already seen through many things. Birth, old age, illness, and death were just ordinary things. The only thing he was worried about was the current Jifeng sect. Having been in charge of the Jifeng sect for thousands of years, Yu Xiu couldn't bear to see the sect that he had poured so much effort into for so many years be destroyed after his death. After a long time, Elder Liu sighed, I was reckless. Since the sect master has made a decision, then I have nothing to say. I'll listen to you on this matter. He also understood that it was useless to act on impulse. Although he didn't want to admit it, the decline of the Jifeng sect was an undeniable fact. If they really went to war, they might not be a match for the Array sect martial arts club. Moreover, even if the Jifeng sect did everything to destroy the Array sect martial arts club, what about the rest? As Elder Zhong said, the opponent of the Jifeng sect was never as simple as the Array sect martial arts club. Or to put it another way, before this, the Array sect martial arts club was not qualified to be an opponent of the Jifeng sect. It was only in recent years that the Array sect martial arts club suddenly rose up and caught the attention of the Jifeng sect. Seeing that everyone else had made a decision, Yu Xiu immediately gave an order. Order all the disciples of the Jifeng sect to withdraw from the mine. At the same time, order all the disciples who have been training outside to return. For the next 30 years, the Jifeng sect will completely seal off the mountain gate and forbid anyone from entering or leaving without permission. At the same time, the sect protection array will be officially activated. Any sect would have a sect protection array. That was the sect's final trump card. Although the Jifeng sect didn't have an array master, they knew some array master powerhouses when they were at their peak. For this reason, the Swift Wind sect paid a hefty price to invite some array Dao grandmasters to help and finally arranged a powerful array formation. That array formation. Even if another array Dao grandmaster made a move, it would be difficult to break through. Normally, the sect protection formation would not be activated. But at the same time, once the sect protection array formation was activated, it meant that the Jifeng sect situation had reached a critical point. All the elders looked solemn. We will obey the sect master's orders, very soon. The news of gathering the sect disciples to return spread like the wind. At the same time, Zhong Yi's expression changed slightly as he looked at the mountain gate that was shrouded in mist. Senior, if I were to fight with that old celestial, what are my chances of winning? He stood still, but he was talking to the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven in his mind. After he finished speaking, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven replied, although the celestial is old, he is still at the peak of the extraordinary realm. Although he hasn't entered the saint realm, his strength can't be underestimated. In comparison, although you have entered the second realm of Array Dao Grandmaster, you have just entered and haven't completely stabilized. Under normal circumstances, the old celestial won't be your opponent. But if he fights to the death and resolutely decides to self-destruct, you definitely won't be his opponent. It's not convenient for me to make a move in the desolate great world. When that time comes, you'll have to pray for yourself. Hearing the words of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation, Zhong Yi's expression suddenly became solemn. He could tell that the other party had already said it very tactfully. In other words, once Yu Xiu self-destructed, there was no way for him to survive. It seems that I can't force the Swift Wind sect too much. But I have to fight for what I should fight for. Otherwise, people will see through my Array sect martial arts club. Zhong Yi pondered for a while and immediately walked up the mountain. Not long after, the disciples guarding the mountain stopped him. Who dares to trespass into my Swift Wind sect? Zhong Yi of the Array sect martial arts club is here to pay respects to old sect master Yu. Zhong Yi didn't move, but his voice was loud and clear. The two disciples guarding the mountain bled from their 7 orifices and fell to the ground. Then, the Swift Wind sect was shaken. All the experts inside almost simultaneously appeared. Zhong Yi. Some elders looked solemn as they looked at the person walking forward slowly. A warrior at the peak of the divine martial realm wasn't worth their fear. What really made them afraid was the other party's identity as an Array Dao Grandmaster. One had to know. Experts at this realm could form arrays with a wave of their hands. Their killing moves were impossible to guard against. I have come to visit alone. I didn't expect your sect to be so hospitable. It's really surprising. When he was 10 feet away from the experts of the Swift Wind sect, Zhong Yi stopped and looked at the crowd in front of him with a smile. Even though he was being stared at by so many experts, he didn't feel nervous. With the number of experts in front of him, those who weren't at the celestial realm weren't qualified to threaten an Array Dao Grandmaster. Unless, the elders of the Swift Wind sect might be worth watching if they multiplied their strength by 3 to 5 times. After saying that, Elder Zhong's face was cold as he looked at the 2 disciples lying on the ground. If he didn't see their chests rising and falling, he would have thought that they were dead. Sect Master Zhong, you hurt my Swift Wind sect as soon as you arrived. Aren't you looking down on my Swift Wind sect? Don't misunderstand. I'm just returning the favor. Zhong Yi came with his hands behind his back and shook his head. Many of my Array Faction Dojo's disciples were injured at the hands of your Swift Wind sect disciples at the ore mine. Now that I've only injured 2 of your disciples, my Array Faction Dojo is the one at a disadvantage. Your Swift Wind sect has to give an explanation for this. After saying that, many people's faces changed. Since the establishment of the Swift Wind sect, no one had ever dared to be so unscrupulous in front of the Swift Wind sect. If it weren't for Zhong Yi's identity, they would have directly attacked and killed him on the spot. Elder Zhong suppressed his anger and said coldly, Sect Master Zhong, you're wrong. Injuries are inevitable when fighting for the treasure. Now that my sect has withdrawn from the fight for the mine, why is Sect Master Zhong so aggressive? The mine belongs to my Array sect martial club. How can the Swift Wind sect give it away? In my opinion, the Swift Wind sect injured my Array sect martial club's disciples for no reason. If you want to resolve this matter, it's simple. You just need to publicly apologize to my Array sect martial club. Zhong Yi said calmly. Chapter 941. Publicly apologize to the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. All the experts of the Jifeng sect were enraged when they heard this. Even Elder Zhong's face turned ugly. Sect Master Zhong, the Jifeng sect is a top sect. This matter will damage the reputation of our sect. Don't push your luck. The reputation of the Jifeng sect is our reputation. Is the reputation of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club not our reputation? Zhong Yi did not back down. His voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell into a strange silence. Both sides did not speak, but the two auras collided as if a battle would break out at any time. The void shook. A person slowly stepped in the air and landed in front of the Jifeng sect. Looking at the person who came, all the experts from the Jifeng sect bowed. Greetings, Sect Master. Millimeter Yu Xiu waved his hand. Although he was about to pass away and his body was full of decay, his eyes were still full of vigor. You are the Sect Master of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club? Greetings, Sect Master Yu. Zhong Yi cupped his hands slightly. He looked polite but his attitude was arrogant. Yu Xiu became famous thousands of years ago. Before he was born, he was already a famous expert in the desolate world. So, Yu Xiu did not know him, but he knew Yu Xiu. If it was in the past, Zhong Yi would not dare to be presumptuous in front of this famous senior. But it was different now. He was already a second realm array master. If they were to fight, Yu Xiu would not be his opponent unless he went all out. This was also why Zhong Yi had no reason to back down in front of Yu Xiu. Now, he had enough confidence to face this supreme expert from the Swift Wind sect. Yu Xiu said lightly, I know why you are here. The Jifeng sect can't afford a big turmoil, so we gave up the mine. However, a top sect has its own dignity. Although the Array Faction Martial Arts Club has a sudden rise, they are not qualified to make the Jifeng sect apologize publicly. Even if our sect has declined, we will not be humiliated by any force. Hearing this, the experts of the Swift Wind sect behind him were all in high spirits. Zhong Yi's face darkened. Sect Master Yu, this old man respects you as a senior, which is why I'm being polite. However, I'm definitely not afraid of you. Many of my Array Faction Martial Dojo's disciples have been injured by the Swift Wind sect. We can't let this matter rest. If the Jifeng sect is unwilling to apologize, then the Array Faction Martial Arts Club will have no choice but to declare war on the Jifeng sect. At that time, even if my Array Faction Martial Club is not strong enough to fight against your Jifeng sect, after that battle, the Jifeng sect will still have some strength left. You should know that the Swift Wind sect has many enemies. The threat was clearly expressed in his words. Many people looked angry, but they had no way to refute him. On the field, only Yu Xiu's expression remained calm from beginning to end. The meaning of a sect's existence is not as simple as passing down its legacy. If it even loses the dignity it should have, then it would be better for such a sect to be destroyed than to struggle at death's door. Zhong Yi's expression changed. However, before he could say anything, Yu Xiu took a step forward and his gaze was like lightning. This matter will end with the Swift Wind sect withdrawing from the mine. The so-called public apology is impossible. If the Array Faction Martial Club wants to fight, then the Swift Wind sect will accompany you to the end. Although my life is coming to an end, it shouldn't be a problem if I take an Array Master down with me. The foundation of the Array Faction Martial Club is still a little weak. Without an Array Master, how can a small martial club compete with my Swift Wind sect? Zhong Yi, if your Array Faction Martial Club is not afraid of being destroyed, neither is my Swift Wind sect. If you want to fight today, then declare war. If you don't, then leave my Swift Wind sect's territory immediately. Yu Xiu's voice was full of vigor. It spread out clearly and resounded throughout the entire Swift Wind sect. On the other side, Zhong Yi's face was as black as ink. He never thought that Yu Xiu's character would be so unyielding. Originally, he came to the Swift Wind sect this time to force the other party to submit and thus improve the reputation of the Array Faction Martial Club. However, he never expected that Yu Xiu would rather risk the destruction of the Swift Wind sect than apologize. To be honest, with the foundation of the Array Faction Martial Club now, it was indeed not qualified to be compared with an old top sect. If it were not for Zhong Yi, an Array Master, the people of the Array Faction Martial Club would not be qualified to fight with the Swift Wind sect. Not only did they fail to force the abdication, they were also checkmated. Zhong Yi was in a dilemma. He looked at Yu Xiu's calm expression and his expression was uncertain. At this moment, Zhong Yi was not sure if Yu Xiu really dared to go all out. However, he really did not dare to do so. The reason was simple. He still had a bright future, completely different from Yu Xiu who was on the verge of death. As long as he was given time, it was possible for him to reach the Third Realm and even the Saint Realm. At that time, he would be qualified to dominate the entire remote antiquity world. Therefore, it was simply impossible for him to ruin his bright future for the sake of a small Swift Wind sect. Just when the situation was very serious, Zhong Yi slowly said, "Since Sect Master Yu has said so, then I will give you face and give the mine to the Array Faction Martial Club. Everything else will be written off." After saying that, he did not wait for Yu Xiu's reply and directly turned to leave. Yu Xiu silently watched Zhong Yi leave and did not intend to stop him at all. After Zhong Yi had completely left, he turned to look at the people of the Swift Wind sect. From now on, the Swift Wind sect will seal the mountain and close the door. Unless a new heavenly being is born, you are not allowed to come out. We obey. The news of the Swift Wind sect sealing the mountain spread like the wind. At the same time, Zhong Yi also headed to the Array Faction Martial Club. This time, he was very unhappy that he had hit a wall in the Swift Wind sect. If it were not for his lack of strength, Zhong Yi would have wanted to go to war with the Swift Wind sect. "Senior, what level do I have to reach to not be afraid of the self-destruction of a Saint Realm cultivator?" Zhong Yi could not help but ask in the air. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven replied, "If you want to not be afraid of the self-destruction of a Saint Realm cultivator, as long as you step into the Heavenly Being realm, you can naturally suppress the power of the self-destruction with your current Array Dao skills. However, if you make a breakthrough in the Array Dao, it can also have the same effect. It's just that you are already at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. If you take another step, you can break through to the Heavenly Being realm. Compared to a breakthrough in the Array Dao, it will be easier for you to make a breakthrough in the realm." After a pause, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven continued, "If I'm not wrong, that heavenly being does not have many years left to live. At most, in another 20 or 30 years, he will completely pass away. Cultivation does not pay attention to the race against time. His momentum is now at its peak, so you might as well let him do the same. When he reaches his peak and declines, it will naturally be your home ground. Thank you for clearing my doubts, Senior. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Brothers and sisters who have monthly votes, please support me." Chapter 942. After getting the answer, the anger in Zhong Yi's heart subsided a lot. It was just as the other party had said. Now that the Jifeng sect's momentum was flourishing, unless he had the courage to fight back, he could only avoid it for the time being. "Just you wait. When I break through to the divinity realm, I'll definitely use your Jifeng sect as a sacrifice." Zhong Yi secretly made up his mind. Not long after, he had already returned to the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. "The club master is back. May I ask, club master, how is the Jifeng sect?" Seeing that Zhong Yi had returned, the core disciples of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club all asked with concern. As core disciples, they were already tightly bound to the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. If the Array Faction Martial Arts Club flourished, they would also benefit greatly from it. Hearing that, Zhong Yi looked calm. The Jifeng sect is willing to withdraw from the mine and immediately send disciples to take over. When the mine is taken over, immediately announce the competition. As for the specific name, we'll discuss it 2 days later. Yes. Many disciples looked excited. The Jifeng sect's withdrawal had undoubtedly boosted the momentum of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. Soon, many experts of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club went to the mine, while Zhong Yi returned to his secret room to cultivate in seclusion. "Senior, with my current foundation, is there a high chance of success if I pass the tribulation?" Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Zhong Yi asked in a deep voice. After returning from the Jifeng sect, He understood that an expert at the peak of the divine martial realm was nothing in front of a real expert. If he was a divinity realm expert today, he would not have to return in such a sorry state. After that, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said, "If you want to cultivate the purple heaven divine thunder scripture, you must have a strong enough physique. Your current body is different from the one in the Great Thousand World. You may be able to pass the tribulation in the Great Thousand World, but not in the Great Thousand World. In my opinion, you'd better collect some things and continue to refine your body. When you reach a point where you can't improve anymore, then you can start to prepare for the tribulation. May I know what things I need to collect?" Zhongyi asked humbly. Although he was very arrogant in front of outsiders, he maintained enough humility in front of the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. Zhongyi knew that the gap between him and the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Such an expert. No one else could compare to him. Not to mention the current him, even if he broke through to the saint realm in the future, he would still be like an ant before such an expert. In the face of such a supreme expert. As long as it was a normal person, they would maintain sufficient humility. The Emperor of Heaven's avatar said, "The formula isn't a big problem. I'll just pass it to you. However, since you've obtained the formula, it'll be considered part of the mission reward. In the future, you'll still have to do your best to eliminate the Child of Destiny. Senior, don't worry. Once the news of the competition spreads, it'll surely draw over many children of karmic luck. We'll just kill them one by one at that time." Zhongyi patted his chest and promised. This was also the reason why he had started the competition. If you call for a competition, the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy will definitely fall into the eyes of the world. At that time, if a large number of geniuses fall, others will definitely associate it with the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy. With your current strength, you don't have the qualifications to go against the world. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said calmly. He didn't want the pawn that he had painstakingly planted to court death. In the end, Zhongyi had been too arrogant recently. He thought that after breaking through to the second realm of Array Master, he could go against everyone in the world. Senior, you're exaggerating. I've already prepared for this. The competition will continue as usual. I'm just recording the information of those geniuses. When the competition ends, I'll naturally have a way to eliminate those people. I also understand that with the current strength of the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy, we don't have the qualifications to go against the world. It's good that you understand. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said and didn't say anything else. He then passed the formula to Zhongyi. A surge of information flooded in, causing Zhongyi to be slightly distracted. Soon, he regained his composure. At this moment, there was an additional unfamiliar memory in his mind. "Thank you, Senior." Zhongyi thanked him and then left the secret room. He found some disciples and asked them to collect the corresponding items according to the formula. In order to prevent the formula from being leaked, he also added a lot of useless things. Many of the ingredients were mixed together and there was no way to distinguish the real formula. Not only that, Zhongyi also specially added some extra things. He didn't rely on the disciples to collect them, but himself. In the blink of an eye. It was a month's time. Jifeng's sect backed off and closed their doors, causing the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy to become famous. At the same time, the news of the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy reporting the hero competition was also spread, increasing the prestige of the Martial Arts Academy. Then, it was the things that Zhongyi needed to collect. After spending a month, he finally collected them. Although the materials were precious and scarce, the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy's reputation was growing day by day. Especially when the top sects backed off, it was like the sun in the sky. In the desolate world, many sects and forces gave face to the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy and didn't have any intention of shirking. After a while, thus, collecting materials would become much easier. In the secret room, Zhongyi's body was soaked in a big bucket. There was a blood-like liquid flowing in the bucket and a rich medicinal fragrance filled the secret room. The big bucket wasn't an ordinary item. It was made of precious purple gold and was extraordinarily hard. The blood-like liquid was the medicinal bath made by the formula. At this moment, Zhong Yi sat in the bucket and his body was being tempered by the medicinal bath, becoming tougher. Time passed slowly and the blood-like medicinal bath faded bit by bit. When it had completely turned into the color of white water, Zhong Yi, who had his eyes closed, finally opened them. Now, I can break through. You can try. Great. After receiving the affirmation, Zhong Yi's face instantly revealed a carefree smile. He jumped out of the purple-gold bucket and broke through the secret room, arriving at an empty space. The secret room was broken through and the loud noise immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy. By the time they looked up, they could only see a person soaring into the sky and disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. That's the Academy Master. Sir Academy Master, where are you going? What the hell is going on? Many of the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy's disciples were bewildered. Some of them thought of the matter of Zhong Yi collecting materials a while ago. Ever since the materials were collected, Zhong Yi went into seclusion. Now that he suddenly came out, it was impossible to say that the two had nothing to do with each other. However, no matter how hard they thought about it, they couldn't understand what Zhong Yi's motive was. Chapter 943. On the barren land, Zhong Yi stood alone with his hands behind his back. The sky, which was supposed to be clear, suddenly darkened. Large amounts of dark clouds gathered from all directions, and purple lightning could be faintly seen flickering within the dark clouds. The heavenly tribulation is coming. Zhong Yi raised his head to look at the sky, where dark clouds had already gathered. The birth of the tribulation clouds made him feel great pressure. In fact, this was not Zhong Yi's first time facing a heavenly tribulation. Back in the game, he had already undergone a heavenly tribulation and become a powerhouse of the celestial realm. Otherwise, his strength would not have risen so quickly in the desolate great world. This was the reason why he could improve so quickly. To put it bluntly, he had been influenced by the game. But, transcending a tribulation in-game and in real life were two completely different concepts. If he failed the tribulation in the game, he would only lose a level at most. In reality, if he failed to pass the tribulation, he would have to restart from the beginning. In the face of a life and death threat, Zhong Yi could not help but feel nervous even though he was completely confident. Don't be nervous. With your foundation, it's almost impossible for you to fail the tribulation. If you're scared even in the face of a tribulation from the divine martial realm to the celestial realm, then you're destined to not be able to go far in the future. In the Sea of Consciousness, the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation spoke calmly. Zhong Yi's originally nervous mood instantly eased up quite a bit. Senior, you're right. Indeed. With his ample preparations, it was impossible for him to fail the tribulation. Right now, all he had to do was wait for the heavenly tribulation to descend, then successfully transcend it and become a diviner. While Zhong Yi was waiting for the heavenly tribulation to descend, the appearance of the tribulation cloud had already attracted the attention of others. What is that? It looks like tribulation clouds. Hiss, could it be that in the real world, there are also people who want to walk the path of physical sanctification? Seeing the appearance of the tribulation clouds, many people began to discuss spiritedly. They were not unfamiliar with tribulation clouds. Although no one in the desolate great world had ever walked the path of physical sanctification in real life, the lightning tribulation for physical sanctification would often appear in the game. However, what these people didn't expect was, in the past, the lightning tribulation only appeared in the game, but now it appeared in reality. Immediately, many experts rushed towards the place where the lightning tribulation appeared. Amidst a misty mountain, a palace stood proudly at the peak of the mountain, as if it could overlook the world. If one were to take a closer look, the style of the palace was somewhat similar to that of the Tao Palace. In the meantime, many people were sitting cross-legged in the Holy Ji Palace, as if they were absorbing the essence of the world around them. And within the Tao Palace, a white-bearded Daoist sat cross-legged, his mind wandering. Suddenly, the Daoist's body trembled slightly, and his tightly shut eyelids slowly opened. Suddenly, there was a flash of dense purple energy, and within the flowing purple energy, there seemed to be a myriad of living beings. He raised his head and his gaze pierced through the entire Holy Ji Palace, looking at the outside world. After a long time, the Daoist retracted his gaze and looked surprised. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. Strange. How could the people of this world know the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture? Could it be that someone leaked the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture? This matter needs to be investigated seriously. Although the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture was a top-notch cultivation method, it was nothing in his eyes. What he really cared about was, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture, which should not have appeared, had appeared here. The Daoist stood up, took a step, and disappeared from the Holy Ji Palace. When he left the Holy Ji Palace, there seemed to be a tremor in the world, as if something was about to cast its gaze over. At this moment, a jade pendant hung on the Daoist's waist, emitting a dark green light that covered him. The moment the dark green light covered him, a huge eye appeared in the sky. The eye was indifferent, taking in everything in the world. After a long time, the huge eye slowly retreated. There were more cracks on the jade pendant. Looks like it won't last much longer. The Daoist looked at the jade pendant on his waist that was about to shatter and shook his head helplessly. If he did not leave the Holy Ji Palace, the jade pendant could at least last for 8 to 10 years. But now that he had left the Holy Ji Palace, the jade pendant's wear and tear accelerated. Especially when the heavenly Tao appeared just now, the jade pendant was on the verge of breaking down. Although it was a pity in his heart, the Daoist did not care too much. Whether it was 8 to 10 years earlier or later, it was not important to him now. He took a step forward slowly, shrinking thousands of mountains under his feet. He easily crossed everything and arrived at the location where the tribulation cloud appeared. At this moment, the tribulation cloud had already gathered to a powerful extent. The feeling of the black cloud pressing down on the city made everyone's expression change. Those who came after hearing the news understood who the person who attracted the tribulation lightning was. The dojo master of the Array faction martial arts dojo, Zhong Yi. If it was in the past, there would not be many people who knew Zhong Yi. But now, the Array faction martial arts dojo was at its peak and Zhong Yi was an array master. He was already quite famous in the ancient desolate world. Especially since this place was not too far away from the Array faction martial arts dojo. So, those who came basically knew the dojo master of the Array faction martial arts dojo. Looking at the many people who came, Zhong Yi said in a deep voice, "I am going through the heavenly tribulation this time. I hope that everyone will not interfere. Let me make it clear first. If anyone dares to interfere, they will fight to the death with the Array faction martial arts dojo. I believe that all of you can understand the anger of an array master." Facing Zhong Yi's threat, many people's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, the other party's words made them feel a deep sense of fear. An array grandmaster was sometimes even more frightening than a celestial being. After all, the destructive power of a heavenly being could not be compared to an array master. If they offended a heavenly being, they might be the only one who died. However, if they offended an array Tao grandmaster, who knew when the other party would set up a monstrous killing array in their own mountain. When that time came, only death awaited them. So, Zhong Yi's words made many people want to retreat. Only the Daoist stood at the side as if he was invisible. No one noticed his arrival. Rumble. The tribulation lightning that had been brewing for a long time finally arrived. The purple tribulation lightning bombarded and the destructive aura swept in all directions. Those who were close to it instinctively retreated. They only managed to resist the power of the tribulation lightning after retreating 100 feet away. On the other side, Zhong Yi did not care so much. He held his breath and used his physical body to resist the tribulation lightning. Boom! Lightning splashed and the surging power caused Zhong Yi's clothes to explode and his physical body to crack a little. But he still gritted his teeth and endured the tribulation lightning. This was the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture, a necessary cultivation process. Don't do it. There would never be a way to cultivate the true Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture. Chapter 944. The Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. The most important cultivation method was to use one's physical body to withstand the heavenly tribulation and absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation to refine one's physique. In this way, a cultivator's physique could only be strengthened to a certain extent and be able to bear the power of the heavenly tribulation with his physical body and advance to a higher level. Although other methods could also refine one's physique. Compared to the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture, it was much weaker. Any heavenly tribulation is at its weakest at the beginning. Because the heavenly tribulation is condensed by the heavenly tribulation, it also needs to be mobilized. This process takes a certain amount of time, so the heavenly tribulation will become stronger as it progresses. The heavenly tribulation at the beginning is the best opportunity for you to refine your physique. Don't use your true essence to resist. Use your physical body to withstand it. When your physical body reaches a certain limit, use other methods to resist. This is the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture, the easiest way to successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. In the sea of consciousness, the voice of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation was heard. Zhong Yi was enduring the heavenly tribulation to refine his body. Until now, only 3 heavenly tribulation had descended, causing his physical body to crumble and fall into a state of nirvana at any time. Just as he was about to resist, the voice of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation appeared in his mind. Hearing that, Zhong Yi could only forcefully dispel the idea of using his true essence to resist. The other party was right. The Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture did use the heavenly tribulation to refine his body. Although his current situation was somewhat miserable. However, he could clearly feel that the strength of his body was steadily increasing. However, in the eyes of others, Zhong Yi's situation was not good. The heavenly tribulation bombarded, each one emitting a destructive aura. Among the onlookers, the strongest was only in the God martial realm. In front of the heavenly tribulation, although they were not ants, there was not much difference. The heavenly tribulation is so powerful. Is Dojo Master Zhong going to fail? Someone took a deep breath and could not help but ask. In his line of sight, Zhong Yi's flesh was split open by the heavenly tribulation, and he looked really miserable. Ordinary people, even if they failed to pass the heavenly tribulation, at the beginning, they would not be so miserable. Immediately, however, someone else shook his head. Although Dojo Master Zhong is a Formation Dao Grandmaster, his foundation is still too weak. Using such a method to break through, the probability of failure is too high. I wonder if he can survive this. If he can't, then the Array Faction Martial Arts Dojo will be in for a good show. Heh, that's true. An old cultivator suddenly sneered. Ever since Zhong Yi broke through to the Array Dao Grandmaster level, the Array Faction Dojo's actions were much more ostentatious and domineering, causing many factions to be angry but not dare to speak up. There was no other way. Even a top sect with a celestial being would not be willing to have any conflict with a force that had a Formation Dao Grandmaster. In terms of threat, a Formation Grandmaster was much more powerful than an ordinary diviner. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, not many forces were willing to start a conflict with the Array Faction Dojo. All of this was because there was Zhong Yi, this Array Formation Grandmaster present. But if Zhong Yi died under the heavenly tribulation, that would be completely different. Hearing this, a God Martial Realm cultivator said coldly, I heard that the Jifeng sect was forced to close their doors by the Array Faction Dojo. Now that the Array Faction Dojo has an Array Dao Grandmaster, their actions are extraordinarily ostentatious and domineering. If Zhong Yi dies, the Array Faction Dojo will definitely be destroyed. Let's wait and see. There's no need to rush to a conclusion. Some cultivators secretly used their divine souls to send voice transmissions, their gazes fixed on Zhong Yi. In their opinion, Zhong Yi was most likely dead. But until the last moment, no one dared to jump to a conclusion, let alone attack the Array Faction Dojo in advance. It was better to be safe than sorry. If Zhong Yi succeeded in transcending the tribulation, then there would be a lot of fun. After all, an Array Formation Grandmaster was already terrifying enough. If it was an Array Formation Grandmaster at the Celestial Being Realm, even an ordinary saint would not dare to say that they could suppress him with 100% certainty. The number of saint experts in the desolate great world was definitely not more than 5. And these saint cultivators, every one of them was in seclusion all year round, hoping to become a mighty one day. Therefore, if Zhongyi succeeded in transcending the tribulation, the reputation of the Array faction dojo would definitely rise to another level. Right now, the heavenly tribulations were falling one after another. The momentum was getting louder and louder. Those cultivators who were watching also retreated further and further away. Most of them hoped that Zhongyi would fail in transcending the tribulation, but no one dared to interfere. It was very simple. When transcending the tribulation, not to mention interfering, even if someone got close, they might be locked on by the heavenly tribulation and be mistaken as an anomaly that interfered with the tribulation and be obliterated. Such a situation did not happen in the desolate great world. But in the game, such cases could be found almost everywhere. Under such circumstances, no one would take things too hard and rush into the heavenly tribulation to court death. Therefore, they could only wait for Zhongyi to be unable to withstand the heavenly tribulation and die in it. More than 2 hours had passed since the heavenly tribulation appeared. Zhongyi, who was below the heavenly tribulation, had almost reached his physical body's limit. The current him, he was wholeheartedly focused on transcending the tribulation and turned a deaf ear to the surrounding environment. Rumble. Thick purple lightning struck down, tearing Zhongyi's physical body apart. The originally dark red flesh was unknowingly dyed with a faint golden color, as if it had undergone some kind of transformation. Senior, I can't hold on any longer. Zhongyi raised his head and looked at the still thick and terrifying heavenly tribulation, his expression extremely ugly. He had been holding on with his physical body for a long time. If this went on, he might die in the heavenly tribulation. After saying that, after a while, the voice of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation sounded in his sea of consciousness. If you can't hold on, then make a move. The heavenly tribulation is only halfway through now, the latter half of the tribulation will be even more powerful. If you forcibly resist with your physical body, you might damage your foundation. Okay. After getting permission, Zhongyi's spirit was instantly lifted. He did not need to use his physical body to resist. If he did not use his physical body to resist, then the heavenly tribulation would not be a big problem. In his physical body, the vital essence that was dormant in his physical body was completely stimulated at this time. The originally dispirited aura instantly skyrocketed. Zhongyi took a step forward, his body soaring into the air, facing the lightning falling from the sky and punching out. Boom, the two destructive forces collided, almost tearing the void apart. The cultivators who were watching and waiting for Zhongyi to die under the heavenly tribulation all had ugly expressions at this sudden change. They could not understand. Why did Zhongyi suddenly burst out with such a powerful force when he was clearly about to die? A punch annihilated the lightning. Looking at the power, it was completely different from the previous dispirited state. Is he going to succeed in transcending the tribulation? Someone lost his voice. Chapter 945. When his true essence erupted. Only then did Zhongyi realize that his body had already reached an extremely powerful level after being tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Coupled with the power of his true essence, he could destroy the lightning with just one punch. Just this point alone had already surpassed his previous peak. Soon, another heavenly tribulation descended. Zhongyi used his body to withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! After a long time, the heavenly tribulation dissipated. A powerful aura emanated from Zhongyi's body, suppressing the rumbling of the void and causing all the onlooking cultivators' expressions to change. A diviner who used his body to withstand the heavenly tribulation and walked the physical sanctification system was born. Even if Zhongyi had just taken the first step in the physical sanctification system and had no way to fully display the strength of a physical sanctification system powerhouse, he was definitely stronger than a diviner who had broken through normally. Coupled with the other party's array techniques, even a saint powerhouse wouldn't dare to say that they could defeat the other party. The Array faction martial arts dojo has really risen. Someone sighed. Once a diviner broke through, he could enjoy a lifespan of thousands of years. As long as Zhong Yi didn't deliberately seek death, the Array faction martial arts dojo could at least continue for thousands of years. With thousands of years of accumulation, even a pig would be able to fly, let alone a powerful force. In the desolate great world, martial arts dojos were generally lower class and couldn't be compared to sects. The powerhouse who founded the Array faction martial arts dojo didn't establish a sect because he thought that he didn't have much time left and that establishing a sect might not guarantee a legacy, so he founded the Array faction martial arts dojo. Over the years, there were many martial arts dojos, but there was not a single one that could truly grow to be comparable to a top sect. But that was all in the past. From the moment Zhong Yi broke through, the Array faction martial arts dojo was comparable to a top sect, and a relatively powerful one at that. After all, not every top sect could have a saint powerhouse overseeing it. Even more sects, they only had transcendence diviners overseeing it. His aura swept out, but gradually, he retracted it. The onlooking cultivators all had smiles on their faces as they approached and cupped their hands in congratulations. Congratulations on becoming a diviner. The Array faction martial arts dojo will definitely resound throughout the desolate great world. Congratulations. Congratulations, dojo master. Words of congratulations came from the mouths of the cultivators. Their faces were filled with smiles and it was impossible to tell that they were eager for Zhong Yi to fail the tribulation. The situation was stronger than the person. Now that Zhong Yi had successfully transcended the tribulation, this was an indisputable fact. Under such circumstances, he could only curry favor with the other party. Otherwise, in the face of a cultivator comparable to a saint, none of the cultivators present could resist. Even if they were to bring in the forces behind them, they would only lose a few more people. Hearing this, Zhong Yi smiled. The Array faction dojo will be holding a celebration. I hope everyone will be there. Of course. Rest assured, Dojo Master Zhong. I will definitely go. The cultivators hurriedly answered. Very soon, Zhong Yi took to the sky and left. Now that he had broken through to the celestial being level, the matter of expanding the Array sect martial arts school could be put on the agenda as soon as possible. As long as the Array faction dojo expanded, they would be able to recruit even more geniuses. When that time comes, finding the Son of Destiny was not as simple as eating and drinking. Not to mention that after he broke through to the celestial being level, the Array faction martial arts dojo's upcoming competition would be even more prestigious. Zhong Yi could imagine it. When he killed a large number of Sons of Destiny, how many benefits would he gain? Stepping on the void. Zhong Yi's speed was as fast as lightning, easily crossing the mountains and rivers. Buzz, the void vibrated. An inexplicable force covered his body, causing the surging power in his body to condense in an instant. Who is it? Zhong Yi's expression changed drastically. In front of that force, he felt that he was not a celestial being, but an ordinary person who had not stepped through the threshold of cultivation. That feeling. There was no difference between him and an ant. He could not help but wonder if it was an old antique from the desolate great world who wanted to kill him in advance. For a moment, Zhong Yi's mind was spinning wildly. Although the Array faction martial arts dojo had been flamboyant during this period of time, the forces they had offended did not have any powerhouses overseeing them. Among all the enemy forces, the strongest was the Jifeng sect. But it was impossible for Yu Xiu, who was on the verge of death, to pose too much of a threat to him. Who is it? Zhong Yi could not figure it out. He tried to call the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation in his mind, but at this time, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no response at all. Such a change. It made Zhong Yi even more terrified. In his opinion, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven was terrifyingly powerful. But now, even the incarnation of the incarnation had disappeared and did not dare to show up. Then, the unknown powerhouse that existed somewhere was too powerful. Just as Zhong Yi's thoughts were running wild, the void in front of him slightly distorted. A white-bearded Daoist appeared in front of him. Where did your purple heaven divine thunder scripture come from? The Daoist looked at Zhong Yi and said lightly. Hearing that, Zhong Yi understood that the person in front of him was the powerhouse who imprisoned him. He did not dare to be negligent and could only speak truthfully. Reporting to Senior, Junior's purple heaven divine thunder scripture was obtained from the game. The Daoist's expression did not change. Suddenly, the expression in his eyes when he looked at Zhong Yi changed slightly. Why are you hiding? Why don't you come out and meet this poor Daoist? After saying that, there was no sound at all. Only Zhong Yi was so frightened by this sentence that he broke out in cold sweat. He knew very well who the Daoist was talking to. Ever since the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven existed in his mind, no one could see through it. According to the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, as long as he did not make a move, no one in the desolate great world would be able to find any clues about him. But now, the Daoist's words had undoubtedly broken this point. Senior, Zhong Yi's voice was trembling. He did not know what he should say. Time passed slowly. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven in the Sea of Consciousness did not give a response. The Daoist did not reply either. After an unknown period of time, the Daoist moved closer to Zhong Yi. Since you are not coming out, this poor Daoist will go in and meet you. His figure turned into a stream of light and entered Zhong Yi's Sea of Consciousness. The entire process. Zhong Yi did not have any strength to resist and could only watch as the Daoist entered his Sea of Consciousness. For every cultivator, it was a place with heavy security. For the Daoist, it was as if there was no security at all. At this moment, although the Daoist entered the Sea of Consciousness, the imprisonment force still did not disappear. Zhong Yi had no choice but to stay in the air without moving. Chapter 946. In the Sea of Consciousness. The Daoist stepped into it, and the Emperor of Heaven's avatar had already revealed his figure. We meet again. The Emperor of Heaven's avatar spoke slowly as he looked at the Daoist in front of him, and his pupils contracted slightly. He knew the person in front of him. However, he did not expect that the purple cloud palace in the desolate great world was actually created by him. That's right. The moment he saw the Daoist, the Emperor of Heaven's avatar already understood that the purple cloud palace must have been created by him. Because he was Hong Jun, the ancient god of the first era of the universe, who could be said to be the supreme powerhouse of all Dao fruits. Even someone as strong as the Taiching holy man was only his disciple. The Emperor of Heaven's avatar did not expect that Hong Jun, who had fallen long ago, would appear in the desolate great world. After a brief moment of shock, he recovered very quickly as well. Indeed, a person who should have been dead suddenly came back to life. It was an amazing thing. However, in reality, at his level, whether he was dead or alive, it was just a matter of a thought. So it's the Qin Emperor. The Daoist, who was also Hong Jun, revealed a look of surprise when he saw the Emperor of Heaven's avatar. Obviously, the appearance of the Emperor of Heaven's avatar was also a little unexpected. After the shock, Hong Jun smiled slightly. I'm still very curious about who broke through the real barrier and actually showed up in the desolate great world. Could it be that the universe is already prepared? More or less. In the face of the question, the Emperor of Heaven's avatar spoke calmly. Now, I'm just waiting for the right time. I also did not expect that the backup in the desolate great world would be the Dao ancestor. At first, I was a little worried about whether it would be appropriate here, but with the Dao ancestor here, it shouldn't be a problem. As he spoke, the Emperor of Heaven's avatar paused for a moment before continuing. Now that the Dao ancestor has shown up, I'm afraid we can't hide it for long. If everything is appropriate, I'll wait for you in the great world. Okay. Hong Jun nodded slightly and immediately disappeared from the Sea of Consciousness. Very soon, Zhong Yi felt that the power that imprisoned him disappeared without a trace. Senior. He tried calling out in his thought sea. Then, a voice that made him feel at ease sounded. There's no need to panic. He's just an old friend. You can go back now. You don't have to worry about this anymore. Don't ask too much. That level is not something you can understand. When you grow to a certain height in the future, you will naturally understand. The Emperor of Heaven's clone quickly said, then fell silent. Seeing this, Zhong Yi didn't ask any further and could only suppress this curiosity at the bottom of his heart. However, the arrogance and complacency of having just broken through to the celestial being realm had vanished without a trace. Although the celestial beings were powerful. But that was only relatively speaking. In front of that daoist, a celestial like him was no different from an ant. Back at the Array sect dojo, the disciples who had been waiting there for a long time finally felt a weight lifted off their shoulders. Hall Master, are you all right? What happened just now? Many disciples had doubtful looks on their faces. Zhong Yi said indifferently, don't worry, I just sensed an opportunity to break through, so I went out to transcend the tribulation. Breakthrough. Some disciples were even more doubtful, but some seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. You broke through to the celestial being realm? As soon as the word celestial being came out, it directly set off a stormy wave in the Array faction martial arts club. Everyone's gazes landed on Zhong Yi's body, waiting for a definite answer. They really wanted to know if the other party had really broken through to the celestial being realm. When they saw Zhong Yi nod his head in acknowledgement, there was a sudden cheer. If Zhong Yi's advancement to the Array faction martial arts club would rise to fame, then the other party's breakthrough to the celestial being realm would make the Array faction martial arts club truly rise to the level of a top sect. In this way, there weren't many people in the world who could compete with the Array faction martial arts club. A disciple said, Hall Master has broken through to the celestial being realm. This is a joyous occasion. Our Array faction martial arts club must hold a banquet to congratulate him. I'll leave these matters to you guys. I've just broken through and still need some time to consolidate. Zhong Yi didn't refuse. After a simple explanation, he disappeared in front of the disciples. To this, those disciples didn't care. Knowing that their Hall Master had successfully broken through to the celestial being realm, the great joy had already rushed to their heads. At this time, Zhong Yi had already returned to his secret chamber. If it was in the past, he would definitely not enter a state of seclusion immediately after breaking through to the celestial being realm. But it was different now. The blow that Hong Jun had given him was too big. That sense of crisis that was completely out of his control forced Zhong Yi to improve his strength as soon as possible. In the secret chamber, he sat cross-legged on a futon and calmed his mind to talk with the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation. Senior, what realm do I have to break through to be able to compete with that daoist? It's very difficult. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation only gave a two-word answer. Zhong Yi couldn't help but reveal a disappointed look. He wanted to know the daoist's depth from the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation. Now that the other party had kept silent, he felt uncomfortable all over. As if he had discovered Zhong Yi's inner thoughts, the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation added, when you surpass the true immortal realm in the future, you will naturally be qualified to fight with him. Surpass the true immortal realm. These words made Zhong Yi's heart tremble violently. He'd already overestimated the daoist's strength, but after hearing the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation's words, he understood that he'd still underestimated the other party. That was a powerhouse surpassing the true immortal realm. For a moment, Zhong Yi extinguished any thoughts of fighting the daoist. He'd just broken through to the celestial being realm. Whether he could break through to the true immortal realm was still unknown, let alone surpassing the true immortal realm. Such a powerhouse. He was too far away from him. If he wanted to catch up, he'd have to wait until he broke through to the true immortal realm. On the other side, after Hong Jun left Zhong Yi's sea of consciousness, he returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. He'd run into the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation by chance, which was clearly unexpected. The Qin Emperor is a Dao fruit of the Third Era. Although his strength is not bad among Dao fruits, there's still a considerable gap if he wants to break through to the true immortal realm. Could it be that there are other changes in the universe? Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Hong Jun fell into deep thought. He wanted to make a divination, but gave up on the idea after some thought. Making a divination across two worlds was not an easy task. Especially when crossing between the true and the false, the difficulty increased greatly. If he used his power to make a divination without permission, even if he had the means to hide from the heavenly Tao, he'd definitely expose himself. Although Hong Jun didn't fear the heavenly Tao of the desolate great world, he didn't want to fight on the other party's home ground. In that case, he'd suffer a great loss. Chapter 947. Hong Jun. In the heavenly court of the greater world, Qin Shujian withdrew his consciousness from his inner world and opened his eyes. At that moment, the inner hall of the heavenly palace seemed to be much brighter. As he was connected to his avatar, he could receive everything that happened in the great desolate world. When Hong Jun found the heaven and earth avatar, Qin Shujian received the news. Hong Jun, a powerful ancient god of the first era. At the end of the third era, he had once met the other party. But not long after, the universe came to an end. At that time, Hong Jun, like the Taiching holy man, barged into reality alone. Qin Shujian had always thought that Hong Jun was dead, but he never thought that Hong Jun was still alive. That's true, the Taiching holy man was extremely powerful, and Hong Jun, as the master of such a powerful being, would not die so easily. He shook his head slightly. As for the matter of Hong Jun not dying, he was relieved. And he could see that Hong Jun was not like the Blade Master and Nyo Dali, who were reincarnated as Dao fruits. Instead, he seemed to be living in his original body until now. In other words, Hong Jun still retained the strength of the Dao fruit level, and he might even retain the strength of an ancient god at his peak. Whoosh! Qin Shujian also felt some pressure when he thought about the strength of an ancient god. Fortunately, he had already broken through to the Dao fruit level, and he did so through the method of heaven and earth. His strength had completely surpassed the peak of the third era, and he was confident that he would not be at a disadvantage even if he was comparable to the ancient gods of the first era. In this way, even if Hong Jun returned, Qin Shujian was confident that he could contend with him. He would not be helpless in the face of a Dao fruit. If Hong Jun is from the great desolate world, then the people from the other two worlds are likely to be the one from the Buddhist sect and the one from the underworld. Thinking about it this way, the Blade Master of the great desolate world was the weakest. After all, each of the great desolate worlds was a powerful being from the first era, and the weakest one was comparable to an ancient god. Looking at the Blade Master, he had fallen in the third era and could only be reborn in this era. Until now, his strength had not recovered to its former peak. He calmed himself down. Qin Shujian sat on his throne. His divine will instantly spread out and soon covered the 4 continents. At that moment, everything about the thousands of races in the 4 great continents was in his eyes. It had been almost a year since he had broken through to the Dao fruit realm. About a year. For the myriad races, it wouldn't cause much of a change. It's about time to wage war against the demon abyss. But before that, there are still some things that need to be done. Qin Shujian thought of something and a faint smile appeared on his face. No one saw him move, but his body had already disappeared from the throne. Sea of Death. Ever since Zhong Ergu's massacre and Yang's occasional rampage, many dire beasts had died. Although there were still ferocious beasts wreaking havoc, it was much better than before. In the deepest part of the Death Sea domain, Qin Shujian had silently appeared there. The moment he appeared, the chaotic laws in the Death Sea region were rioting. In the sky hundreds of millions of miles away, black tribulation clouds covered the sky. Thunder rumbled as if warning the newcomer. However, the thunder never fell, as if it was afraid of something. Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back, looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky, and said softly, "Get lost." A word was uttered. The endless void collapsed. The tribulation clouds in the sky trembled violently as if they had encountered some terrifying attack. Under the horrified gazes of the creatures in the Death Sea region, the tribulation clouds for hundreds of millions of miles exploded and completely disappeared. At the same time, in the depths of the Death Sea region, the huge stone statue shook violently. Cracks appeared on it, and then stone fragments fell. As the stone statue cracked and the stone fragments fell, A vast and magnificent aura rose from the depths of the sea, as if a terrifying existence was completely awakening from a deep sleep. That power. It made the sea water surge crazily. The waves rose into the sky and then fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, the sound was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. All the ferocious beasts that were affected, whether they were true immortals or diviners, were all smashed into pieces, leaving no trace behind. Heavenly Pattern Island. On all the stone tablets, a powerful light flashed, turning into a huge shield that covered the entire island. However, even with the protection of the array, the hearts of the creatures on Heavenly Pattern Island were filled with despair. Could it be that the heavens really want my Heavenly Pattern Island to die? Xia Chao held his walking stick and looked up at the waves that went straight into the sky. His eyes were filled with despair. There was no need to think, he could understand. What kind of scene would it be when such a wave crashed down? Ignoring everything else. Just the creatures on Heavenly Pattern Island alone had no chance of survival. That power had completely exceeded the scope of Xia Chao's understanding. Even an ordinary true immortal would definitely die in the face of it. Eldar's territory. Ancestor Skyreacher's branches shook. He could also clearly feel how terrifying that destructive power was. At the same time, in the Fiend Race's secret realm, a starry sea dragon swam, its huge eyes filled with anxiety. At this moment, the 3 strongest cultivators on Heavenly Pattern Island were filled with despair. They really wanted to take the entire island and flee, but there was nothing they could do. In the depths of the Sea of Death, Qin Shujian tilted his head, his gaze piercing through the endless distance and seeing the scene on Heavenly Pattern Island. He stretched out a hand and pressed down on the towering wave. Boom! Among the creatures on Heavenly Pattern Island, an infinitely huge hand pressed down from the sky, forcibly knocking down the towering wave. The expected collapse of the heavens and the earth didn't happen. Only that hand covered the surface of the sea, as if suppressing all the fluctuations. After a long time, the hand disappeared. Everything became calm again. Xia Chao's expression stiffened. He recalled that huge hand just now, and his entire body couldn't move. Given his experience, there was no way for him to understand what kind of expert had to make a move to be able to do this. But there was one thing he was certain of. And that was, even if the ancient Xia Emperor had made a move, he wouldn't have been able to do this. In the depths of the Sea of Death, Qin Shujian retracted his hand, his gaze returning to the crumbling stone statue below. Erasing the wave just now was just something he did in passing. At his level, even the slightest movement of his was filled with boundless power. Although the wave was strong, in front of Qin Shujian, it was no different from a child playing house. Chapter 948. The stone statue was still cracking. The aura was also becoming stronger and stronger. Gradually, under the impact of the aura, the void collapsed inch by inch and was destroyed. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. The place where he was, the surrounding 100 feet, was calm and not disturbed at all. Roar, an earth-shattering roar came from the stone statue. The chains tied to the stone statue trembled crazily, trying to stop this terrifying existence that had broken out of the seal. Soon, all the stones fell, revealing the interior of the stone statue. A ray of light. It cut through the barrier of the Dead Sea domain and directly disappeared into the sky. A bolt from the blue resounded throughout the great wide world. All the true immortals of the myriad races instinctively raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Dead Sea domain. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock. The existence of the Dead Sea domain has awakened. They understood. The cause of this fluctuation was that the terrifying existence sealed in the Dead Sea domain had completely awakened from its deep sleep. No, it was not as simple as awakening. It was more likely that the seal had been completely broken. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why the commotion this time was countless times greater than the previous ones. However, although the true immortals of the myriad races were shocked, they did not panic. The current Great Wide World was different from the previous Great Wide World. With the Emperor of Heaven holding down the fort, even if the existence in the depths of the Dead Sea domain broke out of the seal, it could still be suppressed. A Dao fruit powerhouse. Before this, it had never been born. It could be said that Qin Shujian's advancement had completely broken the upper limit of this era's cultivation and reached an unprecedented level. Such a powerhouse. Even the existence in the depths of the Dead Sea domain would definitely not be able to contend against him. His power was earth-shattering. Qin Shujian's expression was still calm. At this moment, a tall person stepped out from the bottom of the sea. His hands and feet were tightly bound by the universal chain. Every step he took could cause the chain to make a shocking sound. "It's you." Yang stepped out of the air and looked at the person in front of him with a complicated expression. It had been tens of thousands of years since he petrified himself and used it to waste away the endless years. For the first time in countless years, he removed the seal on his body and appeared in the world with his true body. That feeling. It made Yang feel very comfortable, but at the same time, he felt an endless emptiness in his heart. When he looked at Qin Shujian again, he understood that the person in front of him was no longer someone he could compare to when he first met him. "We meet again." Qin Shujian smiled. In front of him, Yang's body was tens of thousands of feet tall. Compared to Yang's body, his body was no different from an ant. But in reality, however, the feelings in the hearts of the two were completely reversed. Standing in front of Qin Shujian, Yang could not sense his limits at all. He had always thought that he was the strongest person in the world. But now, in front of Qin Shujian, he felt like an ant looking up at the sky. As soon as this feeling surged up, it made him feel terrified. Apart from fear, there was even a hint of joy. Yes, joy. Noticing the change in his heart, Yang couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, he suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and said in a deep voice, "How should I address you?" "I am the Emperor of Heaven." "Qin Emperor." Yang nodded, then asked, "Are you here to kill me?" The two hadn't met many times, but they didn't get along well. Now that Qin Shujian had broken through to the Dao fruit level and suddenly came here, Yang wouldn't believe that he had no purpose. "Kill you?" Qin Shujian shook his head. "I have no need to kill you. In front of me, you can be destroyed with a wave of my hand. Besides, you lent me a wisp of the Dao of the sun in the past. I still remember this. Speaking of which, I should owe you a favor." "A favor?" Yang's eyes flickered. He was in a state of half-believing and half-doubting Qin Shujian's words. For a moment, Yang couldn't figure out the other party's specific intentions. Sensing the fluctuations in Yang's heart, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. "Do you want to be free?" Boom. The void cracked, and the originally calm aura on Yang's body became violent again. He stared at Qin Shujian. "What do you mean, Qin Emperor? Can you give me freedom?" Freedom. Yang had always wanted to obtain it. However, ever since he was born, he had been sealed in the depths of the Sea of Death. He had no freedom at all. The so-called freedom. It had always existed in his imagination. This was also why Yang had sealed himself as a stone statue. The long years had been too torturous, so he had no choice but to seal himself. Or else, in the endless years of boredom, he had long gone crazy. Now, Qin Shujian's words had undoubtedly touched Yang's heart. Under the other party's scorching and crazy gaze, Qin Shujian nodded. "I can give you freedom, but there's a condition. You have to serve the heavenly court for all eternity. You can't disobey in the slightest. If you can't do it, I won't force you, but you will always stay here. Similarly, if you deceive me after being unsealed, then even if I don't kill you, I will send you back to the depths of the Sea of Death and seal you for all eternity. You won't have any chance to break out of the seal and come out again." Qin Shujian's words calmed Yang's mind. Freedom. He had to serve the other party for all eternity. In this way, the so-called freedom was only relative. As the incarnation of the laws of the sun, Yang had his own pride. It was not easy to make him submit. However, compared to the loneliness of the Sea of Death, Yang wanted to see the outside world more. Not to mention, The person in front of him was a legendary Dao fruit expert. Even if he submitted to the other party, it did not seem to be shameful. "Can you really set me free?" "Of course." Qin Shujian nodded. Although the other party was a living creature formed after the laws of heaven and earth gave birth to sentience, he could be considered a part of heaven and earth. If he wanted to leave the sea of death, he just had to break the seal of the universal chain. As for why heaven and earth would imprison Yang here, in his opinion, it should be because the destructive power of a half-step Dao fruit expert was too strong. Heaven and earth imprisoned him here to prevent future troubles. The seal set up by heaven and earth. Cultivators below the Dao fruit level had no chance of breaking free. Even if an ordinary Dao fruit expert had the power to break the seal, they would definitely not make a move. Because once they did, it would be regarded as a provocation. At that time, it was very likely that the heavenly Dao would make a move. To be honest, an ordinary Dao fruit expert had a very low chance of winning against the heavenly Dao of a world. However, Qin Shujian was different. His breakthrough method was destined to be much stronger than an ordinary Dao fruit expert. Even if he faced the heavenly Dao of the great wide world, Qin Shujian was not afraid. Chapter 949. Yang nodded. Yang nodded. "As long as you can set me free, I will serve the heavenly court for all eternity." "Good." Qin Shujian revealed a satisfied expression after receiving his promise. Then, with a thought, the void in front of him shattered, and a cultivator in white walked out. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." San Hua bowed. Looking at the person in front of him, Qin Shujian said, "Sword Ancestor, I need to borrow your body to break the chain of the universe." The chain of the universe. It could imprison existences below the Dao fruit level. In other words, a supreme treasure below the Dao fruit level couldn't break the chain of the universe at all. Even the powerful Godslayer was only an 8th tribulation Zhu Bing. Without reaching the 9th tribulation, there was no way to break the chain of the universe. San Hua was different. He was a carnate supreme treasure, and he had reached the Dao fruit level as early as the Second Era. Now that he had become a god and the heavenly court's providence poured in, his power was even stronger than before. Hearing that, San Hua didn't refuse. "Yes, Your Majesty." The cultivator in white bowed and his body suddenly disappeared, transforming into a sword that hovered in the air. Boundless sword energy seeped out from the surface of the sword to slice the surrounding space to shreds. Seeing this, Yang couldn't help but be shocked. There is such a powerful divine weapon in the world. Although he was imprisoned in the Sea of Death, it didn't mean he didn't know anything. Yang knew very well. Even the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing, who had been born in the world, was not worth mentioning compared to the divine weapon in front of him. The gap between the two was huge. Holding San Hua, Qin Shujian slashed down with his sword, and an extremely sharp sword aura shot out, instantly cutting the indestructible universal chain in half. The moment the chain of the universe broke, the sky changed color. A huge eye appeared in the sky. The heavenly Dao. Unlike last time, the eye was filled with anger. Obviously, Qin Shujian's cutting of the chain of the universe had completely angered it. The heavenly Dao. The instant the eyes appeared, Yang also discovered the existence of the other party. However, he had no fear, only endless rage. "Heavenly Dao, you've finally appeared. You've imprisoned me for millions upon millions of years. Now that I've broken out of my seal, are you going to come out and stop me? Come on. Since you don't want to see me break out of my seal, then let's fight and see who's stronger and who's weaker." Yang roared madly. A terrifying power burst out from his body, spreading to every place it touched. The void was shattered. Qin Shujian took advantage of this opportunity to slash the remaining chains of universe apart with his scatter light sword. The seal was lifted. Yang's strength instantly rose to its peak state. Although he was the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth and couldn't break through to the Dao fruit realm, his strength had reached the pinnacle. He was only a hair's breadth away from the Dao fruit realm. Such strength. It could be said to be shocking. The moment the seal was broken, Yang took a step into the air and threw out a punch. The space within 100 million miles was obliterated. A beam of light burst out from his fist and blasted toward the eye. This punch, it contained the anger that had been sealed for countless years. Therefore, it was also the most powerful attack he'd ever unleashed. His eyes flickered and an invisible ripple spread out from the void. That destructive punch was immediately obliterated into nothingness. Then, Yang was forcibly imprisoned in midair. As if he'd suffered a heavy blow, many parts of his body cracked, and golden blood spilled onto the surface of the sea. As strong as a half-step Dao fruit expert. In front of the heavenly Dao, he couldn't withstand a single blow. The heavenly Dao has appeared. Yang actually broke out of his seal and came into the world. What the hell happened? At the bottom of Heaven Abyss, the imprisoned Yin struggled to his feet and looked up at the sky. His enormous eyes were filled with astonishment. He couldn't be more familiar with the waves of energy that were as vast as the abyss just now. It was Yang's aura. And the moment he broke out of his seal, Yin sensed it in his heart. But what he didn't understand was, what kind of method did Yang use to successfully break out of his seal and come into the world? Apart from that, what truly shocked and terrified Yin was the appearance of the heavenly Dao. As the culprit who had sealed himself for countless years, he was very angry at the heavenly Dao, but more than that, he was afraid. The gap between the two was too big, so big that it couldn't be made up for. Even if he fought with his life on the line, he wasn't qualified to fight with it. Now that the heavenly Dao had appeared, in Yin's opinion, even if Yang broke out of his seal and came into the world, he definitely wouldn't be able to last for long. In the end, he would be sealed back again. On the other side, the heavenly Dao made a move, causing Yang to be severely injured. Although it was very angry, it didn't really kill him. Because Yang was formed by the laws of heaven and earth. If he was destroyed, then heaven and earth would lose the laws of the sun forever. If such an important law was gone, there would definitely be a loophole in heaven and earth. At that time, there would be irreparable damage to the great wide world itself. Therefore, no matter how presumptuous Yang was, the heavenly Dao wouldn't really kill him. After knocking Yang back to the bottom of the sea, the heavenly Dao's gaze landed on Qin Shujian. Its indifferent voice descended from the sky. Retreat quickly, or die. Facing the threat, Qin Shujian's expression didn't change. The tip of the sword in his hand pointed diagonally at the surface of the sea. He looked at the heavenly Dao and smiled faintly. No matter what, he's still a living being of heaven and earth. He shouldn't be sealed here forever. You're worried that if he breaks out of the seal and comes into the world, it will cause irreparable damage to heaven and earth. However, I can guarantee that as long as I'm around, he won't bring disaster to heaven and earth. His voice was clear and went straight into the sky. After a long time, the heavenly Dao's voice descended again. Retreat. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's smile disappeared, and his expression calmed down. You've sealed him for hundreds of millions of years. It's wrong to begin with. Now that I've released him, it's also his opportunity. I can guarantee that if he brings disaster to heaven and earth, I'll definitely seal him back. If you're still unwilling, then let's fight. Whoever wins will have the final say. As soon as he finished speaking, the void completely condensed. Neither of them spoke. They just looked at each other. After an unknown period of time, Qin Shujian's figure disappeared from where he was, and the eyes in the sky also disappeared. At the same time, in the endless void, a person whose specific appearance could not be seen clearly stood in the void. Endless Dao runes surged from his body, and his face was filled with the manifestation of all living beings. It was impossible to guess. Opposite him, Qin Shujian was dressed in green robes and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Endless Dao runes were also faintly visible on his body. As for San Hua, he had already returned to the heavenly courts. He was not used to using a sword. Facing the heavenly Dao of the great wide world, Qin Shujian was more willing to use his fists to have a real fight with the other party. Let me see how powerful the heavenly Dao of this epoch is. Chapter 950. The heavenly Dao did not have intelligence and could not be considered a true living being. Strictly speaking, The heavenly Tao itself was a combination of the wills of all living beings, and its main duty was to maintain the operation of the world. If anyone wanted to go against the normal operation of the world, the heavenly Tao would appear to stop them. The Sun Law. Since its birth, it had been sealed in the depths of the Sea of Death. This was the order of the world. Qin Shujian released the Sun Law. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, it went against the normal operation of the world. In the endless void, the two looked at each other. The aura emitted from their bodies had already condensed the void. At a certain moment, the void collapsed silently, turning into a raging torrent. In the next breath, Qin Shujian took a step forward, clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. The void within hundreds of millions of miles shattered like porcelain. This was the first time he had truly unleashed his strength after breaking through to Tao fruit. This punch. It contained the power of a greater world. When Qin Shujian punched out, the heavenly Tao moved as well, raising his hand and punching out as well. The two fists collided in the air. Boom. The entire void trembled violently, and the aftermath of the destruction swept out in all directions with the two as the center. To avoid the aftermath of the battle affecting the greater world, Qin Shujian went directly to the depths of the outer realm, which was unknown how far away he was from the greater world. Even so, the commotion caused by the collision of the two fists caused the outer realm battlefield to tremble. The true immortal overseeing the outer realm battlefield opened his tightly shut eyes at this moment and looked at the depths of the void in shock. There was a wave of air surging that made his heart palpitate. Terrifying power. Even a true immortal was no different from an ant in front of it. Weren't the three great Void Fiend clans destroyed? Why is there such a powerhouse in the void? Just what level of experts are fighting to cause such a fluctuation? The true immortal overseeing the outer realm battlefield was completely confused. It was unknown how far away those mysterious existences had been fighting, but the ripples they had caused were already so strong. If they were to fight nearby, the extraterritorial battlefield would be reduced to ashes in an instant. At once, he sent the news back to the greater world. On the other side, Qin Shujian and the heavenly Tao were also exchanging blows. The two of them did not use any fancy martial arts, only the simplest moves. In the eyes of others, it was no different from a fight between ordinary people. But there was a difference. Every time the two of them threw out a punch, Daoist rhyme would circulate and an endless river of laws would surge. Boom. Boom. The two destructive forces collided. Every time they collided, the void would crumble. Then, in the crumbling void, a new world would be born. The moment the world was born, it was shattered by the destructive power. Good, that's great. Qin Shujian laughed out loud. Boundless Daoist rhymes circulated around his body. He was like a living god, exuding boundless power. Ever since he ascended to the Tao fruit realm, this was the first time he had fought to his heart's content. Being able to unleash one's strength without restraint was an extremely satisfying thing in itself. It was a pity. There was no fruit of the way in the great wide world, so there was no one worthy of him going all out. However, the heavenly Tao was different. The other party was the combination of all living beings in the great wide world. He was born with the power of endless laws, and his strength was stronger than ordinary fruit of the way. Another punch was thrown. The two forces collided, and the Daoist rhymes on Qin Shujian's body overflowed and collapsed. He could not help but take a step back. At the same time, the heavenly Tao also retreated. In the next breath, the two collided again. Boom. His physical body collapsed, and a faint, colorful light overflowed. In just an instant, the collapsed physical body was restored to its original state. Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to this. There was only the heavenly Tao in his eyes. All living beings. The heavenly Tao threw out a punch, and the shadow of a great wide world directly appeared, crushing the endless void until it collapsed inch by inch. Good timing. Qin Shujian was not afraid. At the same time, he summoned the shadow of his inner world. The shadows of the two great wide worlds collided fiercely. The power of birth and death entangled and destroyed each other. In the end, The void was forcefully shattered into nothingness. The battle continued. Wave after wave of destructive power swept out and spread. The entire outer realm was covered by the power of the two Tao fruits. After a long time, Qin Shujian paused. His chest rose and fell violently, and the injuries on his physical body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the injuries on the heavenly Tao's body were also revealed. You want to suppress me, but you're still a little short. Retreat, Qin Shujian said calmly. He did not want to fight with the heavenly Tao anymore. After fighting for so long, he almost knew where the limits of the heavenly Tao were. With his current strength, it was not a problem for him to fight with the heavenly Tao, but it was impossible for him to suppress the heavenly Tao. The difference between the two? It was pitifully small. The heavenly Tao looked at him indifferently, and his figure slowly disappeared into the void. Qin Shujian was not confident that he could kill him, and he was also not confident that he could suppress him. If they continued to fight, it would only result in both sides suffering. Once he was injured, the great wide world would also be strongly affected. Unless it was a last resort, the heavenly Tao would not easily make a move to destroy jade and common stone. Seeing the heavenly Tao retreat, Qin Shujian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was also worried that the heavenly Tao would be stubborn and want to fight to the death with him. When that time came, although he was confident that he would win in the end, the losses would definitely not be low. Based on the current situation, if he was seriously injured, Qin Shujian was not confident that he could deal with all the variables. A battle was fine, as it could be considered to relax his muscles and bones. However, if he really fought to the point of life and death, it would be a little too much. The heavenly Tao retreated. That would prove that there would be no problem for him to save Yang. He took a step forward, and the scene changed. Qin Shujian had already returned to the great wide world. In the Sea of Death, Yang Yuan's body, which was originally tens of thousands of feet tall, had now become the size of a normal person. Even though the seal had been lifted, he did not leave the Sea of Death. It was very simple. Qin Shujian was fighting with the heavenly Tao. If the other party won, then he would be able to regain his freedom. On the contrary, if the other party lost, then it would be useless no matter where he fled. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, everything in the great wide world would have nowhere to hide. As the embodiment of the rules of heaven and earth, Yang could not leave the great wide world, so there was no possibility of escaping to the void of the outer realm. When he saw that Qin Shujian had returned, he was finally able to put his heart at ease. The Qin Emperor is back. That's right. From today onwards, you are free. Qin Shujian said indifferently. Chapter 951. I'm free. Yang was in a daze for a moment before he recovered. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Freedom? Perhaps. Strictly speaking, although he had escaped from the Sea of Death, he had to serve the heavenly court. In terms of freedom, he was indeed free after escaping from the Sea of Death. But in terms of not being free, it was indeed not freedom to serve the heavenly courts forever. However, compared to the endless loneliness in the depths of the Sea of Death, Yang yearned for the prosperity of the upper-class world more. A moment later, Yang's expression returned to normal, and he bowed to Qin Shujian. Greetings, Emperor Qin. Since you've entered the heavenly court, you should have a deity position. Qin Shujian reached out and waved his hand. The investiture of the gods flew through the air and landed in his hand. You were born from the laws of the sun. Logically speaking, you should have the deity position of the Sun Monarch. However, the deity position of the Sun Monarch in the heavenly court already has an owner, so I appoint you as the Sun Monarch. With that, a surge of providence landed on Yang's body. Then, Yang's name appeared on the investiture of the gods. At that moment, the immortals and gods on the investiture of the gods instinctively raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Sea of Death. The Sun Monarch. That was a deity position that completely surpassed the Sun Monarch. It wasn't much different from the 5 emperors. In the Vermilion Bird Clan's territory, the Vermilion Bird Emperor woke up from his seclusion with a bitter smile on his face. Sun Monarch, she was originally the Sun Monarch, but now there was a sun monarch above her. Although it didn't have much of an impact, the name was definitely unpleasant. However, no matter how unpleasant the name was, the Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't protest. Because the person who obtained the deity position of the Sun Monarch was a supreme existence in the depths of the Sea of Death. When the other party obtained the deity position, all the immortals and gods in the heavenly court received information about the other party. Everyone knew what level of powerhouse the existence in the depths of the Sea of Death was. An existence that surpassed a 9th-level immortal and reached half-step Tao fruit. To be honest, an existence of that level, in the vast heavenly court, other than the Celestial Emperor, could already be considered a supreme expert. As powerful as the 5 great imperial emperors were, they had yet to step into the ranks of the upper 3 true immortals. Not to mention half-step Tao fruit, it was even more distant and untouchable. He would become a god. Yang Yi didn't break through his realm, and his strength didn't become much stronger. At his level, the providence of the heavenly court could hardly change anything. On the contrary. After the investiture of the gods received the reverse nourishment of a half-step Tao fruit, it vaguely showed signs of transforming again. Putting away the investiture of the gods, Qin Shujian said, "Sunstar Lord, accompany me to another place." As the Emperor of Heaven command. Yang nodded in agreement. He knew exactly where Qin Shujian wanted to go. Since he had been subdued by the other party, then there was no reason for the yin in Heaven Abyss to be spared. The next moment, the two of them disappeared from the Sea of Death. Following Yang's escape, the chaotic laws in the Death Sea domain started to crumble bit by bit and were replaced by the powerful laws of the Great Thousand World. This change wasn't very fast, so it wasn't something that anyone could detect in a short period of time. But as time passed, the changes would become obvious. Heaven Abyss. Qin Shujian and Yang's figures suddenly appeared there. Is this Heaven Abyss? Sensing the aura in Heaven Abyss, Yang had a curious look on his face. He was aware of the existence of Heaven Abyss, but he had never been to Heaven Abyss. This was the first time. Soon, Yang collected his thoughts and set his gaze on the giant beast in front of him. Yin, we meet. Yang, you're free. Yin also noticed the existence of the two of them. His gaze was fixed on Yang, and his huge eyes were filled with shock. He was free. The other party had really broken free. When Yang was able to come to Heaven Abyss and talk to him face to face, Yin understood that the other party had really broken free. Immediately, his emotions became agitated. How did you do it? How did you successfully break free? Quick, let me out. Yin struggled violently, and the chains of the universe that bound him made a loud noise, forcibly sealing his body in place. After a while, Yin gradually calmed down. His gaze moved away from Yang, and then fell on Qin Shujian. It's you. Until now, Yin only discovered the existence of Qin Shujian. It couldn't be helped. Just now, his attention was all attracted by Yang. It wasn't until now that he calmed down that he noticed there was someone else beside Yang. As for Qin Shujian, Yin naturally wasn't unfamiliar with him. He had existed for so many years, and the only person who had the guts to enter Heaven Abyss to scare him was Qin Shujian. To this, he regarded this as the shame of his life. Yin had long vowed that if he had the chance to meet Qin Shujian in the future, he would definitely tear him into pieces. But now, when they really met face to face, this thought had already disappeared without a trace. He was very clear. The Qin Shujian in front of him was no longer the ant who deceived him in the past, but a Tao fruit expert. Then, thinking of Yang's escape, Yin instantly understood something. Are you here to help me break free? Yes, and no. Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back. He calmly looked at Yin in front of him. In the past, the other party had forced him to use other means to deceive him and then flee. Compared to now, in his eyes, the other party was no different from an ant. With a wave of his hand, then, he would be able to make this elite that was created by the lunar laws completely vanish into thin air. Hearing this, Yin's attitude was extremely low, and he respectfully replied, I don't know what conditions you have, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. For hundreds of millions of years, he had been sealed in heaven abyss, and he had had enough. There was no sunlight in heaven abyss all day long, and it was always like this. In terms of the degree of desolation, it was countless times more terrifying than the sea of death. It was also because of such an environment that Yin's tyrannical and evil personality was created. If he really had a choice, Yin only hoped that he could get rid of this damned place as soon as possible and never return. Even if he died, he also wanted to die outside. Qin Shujian said, "I can let you out, but after you break free, you have to serve the heavenly court forever, and cannot disobey in any way. If you dare to disobey, I will seal you in heaven abyss again, and you will never have a chance to escape." He repeated what he said to Yin. Experts like Yang and Yin who had existed for hundreds of millions of years might not be afraid of life and death. But not being afraid of life and death did not mean that they were not afraid of being sealed. Qin Shujian believed that the endless years of being sealed had already given birth to the source of fear in the depths of their hearts. No matter what, the other party would not think that one day, they would return to the place where they were sealed. P.S. I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 952. Just as expected. After hearing Qin Shujian's words, Yin hurriedly nodded. "Okay, as long as you can get me out of this damn place, I will serve the heavenly court forever and never betray you." He had had enough. The loneliness in heavenly abyss, even the most powerful existence, could not bear it. As long as he could get out, no matter what the price was, it was not a problem. Seeing this, Qin Shujian once again summoned Sanhua, and like a gourd, he directly cut off the chains of the universe that sealed Yin. The chains of the universe collapsed. Yin's aura suddenly soared. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted like a wave, instantly filling the entire heavenly abyss. At this moment, the sky above heavenly abyss changed color, and dark clouds gathered, casting a lingering shadow over the hearts of the creatures in the western region. Fortunately, the aura did not last long, and gradually quieted down. In the depths of heavenly abyss, the giant beast body that Yin transformed into shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then transformed into a human form. Sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, dressed in white, like an elegant young master. Seeing this, the corner of Qin Shujian's mouth twitched slightly. Compared to the burly man after Yang shrank, Yin transformed into a scholar's appearance, which was completely unexpected. It was hard to imagine. A terrifying giant beast would eventually transform into such an appearance. Yin looked himself up and down, and then looked at Qin Shujian and asked, "How is it? There should be no problem with my appearance, right? There were many creatures that fell into heavenly abyss in the past, and among those that I have eaten, this is the one with the best appearance." "Well, not bad." Qin Shujian nodded and gave a pertinent evaluation. Then he took out the investiture of the gods. "Today, I confer you the title of Moonstar Lord." After saying this, with the blessing of the heavenly court, Yin's name also appeared in the investiture of the gods. At the same time, he received the reverse nurturing of 2 half-step Dao fruits, which directly transformed the investiture of the gods to the level of the 8th tribulation Zubing. Merely, to Qin Shujian, an 8th tribulation ancestral armament was something that he could do without. Of course, being able to advance was also a good thing. If he had another chance to advance in the future, he would be a top 9 tribulations Zubing. He would become a god. A lot of information appeared in Yin's mind. After a long time, he bowed. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. The chains of the universe have already shattered. You all have to be conferred the deity positions of the celestial court. Now, you can leave the place where you are sealed and follow me to the celestial court." Finished speaking, Qin Shujian took a step into the air, already leaving heaven abyss. After the remaining Yang and Yin glanced at each other, they rose into the air and left heaven abyss together. As soon as he left heaven abyss, Yin immediately felt that the haze that had shrouded him for countless years had finally disappeared without a trace. A carefree feeling surged from the depths of his heart, causing him to laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. His voice resounded through the heavens and earth like thunder, causing thousands of mountains to tremble and rivers to stop flowing. Silence. Qin Shujian's face darkened as he shouted coldly. In an instant, all the strange phenomena disappeared. He took a step into the air and directly arrived in front of Yin. He warned coldly, "The beings of the vast thousand worlds are fragile and can't withstand the power of a half-step Dao fruit. Remember, don't arbitrarily release your power. Once you do, it will definitely cause a lot of casualties. At that time, I might have to seal you back again." His words. Instantly, Yin broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly lowered his head and apologized. "I was just reckless just now. I hope Emperor of Heaven won't take offense, it's best that you understand." Qin Shujian took a step into the air and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, a sentence entered their ears. "I'll go back to the Celestial Court first. You need to report back to the Celestial Court in 3 days. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The two of them looked at each other and bowed in the direction where Qin Shujian disappeared. They knew. What was the other party's intention for giving the two of them 3 days? It was nothing more than seeing that they had been sealed for too long, so he gave them 3 days to appreciate the scenery of the vast thousand worlds. He turned around and glanced at Heaven Abyss. Yin looked at the surrounding scenery with a gentle smile on his face. "So this is the vast thousand worlds. It's really colorful and completely different from Heaven Abyss." Ever since he had gained sentience, he had been sealed in the depths of Heaven Abyss. Until now. Only then did he have the chance to break the seal and walk out of Heaven Abyss. Although there wasn't a single living being in the vast thousand domains within Heaven Abyss, Yin Yang was already satisfied with what he had found. "Yes, this is the vast thousand worlds." Yang also sighed. If he had a choice, he would rather give up his cultivation and not be the incarnation of the Tao of the Sun. That way, he wouldn't have been sealed in the depths of the Sea of Death for countless years and only had a chance to escape now. He thought back to the years of being sealed. Yang shook his head again. The past was unbearable to look back on, and there was no need to think so much. Qin Shujian had returned to the Celestial Court. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer couldn't help but ask, "Emperor of Heaven, if you let them stay in the 4 continents for a few days, will it cause any trouble?" He didn't have much confidence in Yin and Yang. Both of them had been sealed for countless years and had long been sealed to the point of psychopathy. If the 2 half-step Dao fruits went crazy, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Don't worry, they won't do it." Qin Shujian's expression was the same as usual with a faint smile on his face. The seal for countless years made them fear the Sea of Death and Heaven Abyss. Now that the seal has been removed and they have experienced the beauty of the vast thousand worlds, they naturally won't be willing to return to such a place and stay there forever. If they don't want to go back, they have to act according to the rules. What were the rules? The words of the Emperor of Heaven were the rules. Qin Shujian believed that Yin and Yang wouldn't take things too hard and slaughter the living beings of the myriad races. In that case, they really wouldn't have a chance to come out again. After all, both of them were the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth. For the sake of the vast thousand worlds, even if they really did something out of line, Qin Shujian wouldn't kill them. He couldn't kill them. It didn't mean that he couldn't seal them. For the two of them, sealing them back was often more terrifying than directly killing them. After returning to the Celestial Palace, Qin Shujian calmed his mind and observed the changes in his inner world. Although he had broken through to the Dao fruit realm, the Dao was endless. Breaking through to the Dao fruit realm didn't mean that he had reached the peak of the cultivation Dao. Moreover, with his current strength, Qin Shujian didn't dare to say that he was the number 1 Dao fruit. Therefore, observing the changes in his inner world and being able to steadily improve his strength was the most important thing. 3 days had passed. Yin and Yang left the 4 continents and reported to the Celestial Court. Chapter 953. Heavenly Court. Deities stood in great numbers. All the immortals and deities gathered there. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn. In the meantime, some immortals and deities looked at the 2 people in front of them. One was a scholar in white, and the other was a burly man. On the surface, the two looked ordinary, but all the immortals and deities knew very well that they were the newly conferred Sunstar Master and Sunstar Master of the Heavenly Court. Besides that, the two of them had an even more powerful identity. That was the existence in the depths of Heavenly Abyss and the Dead Sea Domain. Two supreme beings that had been born since the beginning of the era. In terms of age, all the immortals and deities present added together were not even a fraction of one of them. In terms of knowledge, although the two of them were sealed in the Dead Sea Domain and Heavenly Abyss, it did not mean that they were uninformed. No matter how old the news was, they could still know a little bit. Even Emperor Zhao, who had received the legacy of the Heavenly Court, paled in comparison to the two of them. Even Xiao Chengfeng, who was the reincarnation of Hao Kang. He could only admit that he was inferior. I didn't expect the Emperor of Heaven to subdue them. In the position of the four war gods, Xiao Chengfeng's mood was very complicated. He had always been wary of the two terrifying existences in the Dead Sea Domain. Even the two of them were imaginary enemies in Xiao Chengfeng's heart. It could be said that he had never thought that one day he would be an official in the same court as such powerhouses. It could only be said that the world was changing too fast, so fast that he could not keep up. Qin Shujian said, "A few days ago, I conferred the Sunstar Master and Sunstar Master two deity positions. I believe you are not unfamiliar with them. The Sunstar Master is the Master of Heavenly Abyss Yin. And the Sunstar Master is the Master of the Dead Sea Domain Yang. Greetings to my colleagues." Yang stepped out and turned around to salute the immortals and deities. Seeing this, the immortals and deities hurriedly saluted back. Sunstar Master is too polite. Sunstar Master, although the person in front of them was polite, they knew very well that as the overlord of the Dead Sea Domain, Yang looked polite on the surface, but in his heart, he regarded all races as ants. If they angered him, they might not even know how they died. No matter how powerful a true immortal was, in the face of a half-step Dao fruit expert, he didn't have the qualifications to resist. Not to mention, none of the perfected immortals present were in the upper three tiers. If they really angered a half-step Dao fruit expert, it would be fine with the Emperor of Heaven suppressing them. However, if the Emperor of Heaven was not present, they would be in big trouble. After getting to know each other, Yang finally stood back. Immediately after, Yin stepped forward as well. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I am the Lunar Star Master. Greetings, my colleagues. In the past, I left some things in Heaven Abyss, but I will not be returning to Heaven Abyss. If you are interested, you can go there and take a look. As long as I can get anything, I'll give it to you." The current Yin. There was no trace of the tyrannical aura he had when he was in Heaven Abyss. He was truly like an elegant and easygoing gentleman. "Greetings, Lunar Star Lord, Moon Star Lord." The immortals and deities cupped their fists in return, just like before. However, what was different was that they were all recalling what Yin had said. Indeed, Heaven Abyss had existed for countless years. In the past, it was impossible to say that there were no experts who were curious about Heaven Abyss. Once those experts entered Heaven Abyss, there was naturally no need to mention the consequences. For countless years, the number of powerhouses that died in Heaven Abyss was definitely unknown. It wasn't impossible to say that among those experts who died, there were some supreme treasures left in Heaven Abyss. As a half-step Dao fruit expert, Yin didn't care about those things. However, for ordinary perfected immortals, those things were definitely among the supreme treasures. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if there were no supreme treasures there. However, Heaven Abyss was equivalent to Yin's dojo. A dojo where a half-step Dao fruit expert had stayed for hundreds of millions of years. Even the Dao runes left behind were supreme treasures for perfected immortals. As long as they could comprehend one or two things there, they might be able to break through their original realm. For a time, many immortals and deities were interested in Heaven Abyss. In the past, Heaven Abyss was a forbidden area where humans and animals were extinct because of Yin's existence. Now that Yin had left Heaven Abyss, the forbidden area would become a treasure land. While many immortals and deities were having different thoughts, Qin Shujian said, "You all know the two Star Masters, Tai Yin and Tai Yang, so I won't say more. The real purpose of this court meeting is the Demon Abyss." As soon as the words Demon Abyss came out, all the immortals and deities' expressions turned solemn. Even Yin and Yang's calm expressions had some ripples. For them, the Demon Abyss that had caused the Great Thousand Worlds to collapse was also deeply etched in their memories. Yin couldn't help but say, "Is the Emperor of Heaven planning to make a move on the Demon Abyss?" Speaking of which, more than 1,000,000 years ago, when the Demon Abyss attacked the Great Thousand Worlds, I also sensed some powerful auras. If I wasn't trapped in Heaven Abyss, I would have wanted to have a good fight with those experts in the Demon Abyss. Let them know that our Great Thousand Worlds are not at the mercy of the Demon Abyss. In the end. He snorted coldly and gloomily. He was also very clear about the Demon Abyss invasion of the Great Thousand Worlds, because at that time, there were demons that broke into Heaven Abyss, and the final result was naturally to become food. As a half-step Dao fruit expert, Yin was confident that he was not afraid of anything except the heavenly Dao. Of course, now there was also Qin Shujian. Therefore, if he hadn't been trapped in Heaven Abyss, he would have made a move 1,000,000 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang also nodded slightly. At that time, I was also sealed in the Sea of Death, so I couldn't make a move, but at that time, there were demons that ran to the Sea of Death and wreaked havoc there, causing the deaths of many beasts. Some of them even broke into the depths of the Sea of Death. It's worth mentioning that the taste of demons is really not that good. Speaking of the taste of demons, Yang shook his head with a disgusted look on his face. Of all the living beings he had ever eaten, the taste of evil devils was the worst. Hearing this, all the immortals and deities were speechless. So in front of them, demons were just a matter of taste. However, with their strength, they indeed had the qualifications to say such words. On the other side, Xiao Chengfeng pondered slightly. He was also thinking about something. If the two sealed experts 1,000,000 years ago could have made a move, the situation might not have been so one-sided. After all, 2 more half-step Dao fruits could completely make up for the lack of half-step Dao fruits in the Great Thousand Worlds. The reason why the Demon Abyss was powerful. In addition to the fact that demons could be immortal to a certain extent, their biggest advantage was that there were 3 half-step Dao fruit experts in the Demon Abyss. Looking at the Great Thousand Worlds, the only one who could really make a move was the ancient Emperor of Heaven, Qin Kang. If Yin and Yang could be added, then the Great Thousand Worlds could also gather 3 half-step Dao fruits. In that case, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Chapter 954. Qin Shujian glanced at the two of them and did not refute anything. He had to be honest. As the incarnations of the laws of Yin and Yang, the two of them were indeed considered top experts in the great wide world. Unless it was an existence at the Dao fruit level, very few half-step Dao fruits could contend against them in a one-on-one situation. Even Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali, who were reincarnated Dao fruits, could not guarantee that they would be able to suppress the two of them if they were of the same realm. Therefore, if the two of them could really break out of the seal, perhaps there would be no need for the Demon Abyss. Putting everything else aside, it was impossible for the Demon Abyss to break through the great wide world alone. Unless, the Demon Abyss still had other backup plans. For example, the Demon Abyss had more half-step Dao fruits or power at the Dao fruit level. Only then would it be possible to break through the great wide world. However, if the two of them could make a move, they would at most be able to contend against the Demon Abyss. Under the restriction of not being able to leave the great wide world, it was impossible for them to attack the Demon Abyss. As a result, the Demon Abyss was also in an invincible position. After the two of them bragged in front of the many immortals, Qin Shujian said calmly, "I said before that in another year, the Heavenly Court will attack the Demon Abyss on a large scale. Now that I've calculated the time, a year's time is almost up. How are the preparations of the cultivators of the myriad races?" As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Zhao stepped forward, cupped his hands, and replied, "Emperor of Heaven, the human race is ready to fight at any time. Emperor of Heaven, the demon race can also fight." Reporting to the heavenly emperor, the demon race is ready. Emperor of heaven, the moon race. One by one, the immortals stepped forward and said loudly, "Conquering the demon abyss." That was what they had always thought. 1,000,000 years ago, when the myriad races were at their peak, the demon abyss collided with the great wide world, causing the great wide world to be completely defeated. In that battle, the ancient heavenly court collapsed, and almost all the experts of the myriad races were killed or injured. This was a blood feud that could not be erased even after millions of years. Every powerhouse of the myriad races hoped that one day, they would be able to conquer the demonic abyss and wash away the humiliation from 1,000,000 years ago. It was just that the demonic abyss was very powerful. Even when it was at its peak 1,000,000 years ago, it was still defeated. Before that, the myriad races had declined, and it was even more impossible for them to fight back. Until now. Only when the new Emperor of Heaven appeared and led the thousands of races to rise again did they have the confidence to declare war on the demon abyss. Especially now. The experts of the Dead Sea Realm and Heaven Abyss were all subdued by Qin Shujian and brought into the heavenly court. Not to mention, Qin Shujian himself had already broken through the limits and become the first Dao fruit expert of this epoch. The current strength of the heavenly court had completely surpassed that of the ancient times. No, it wasn't as simple as surpassing. If one were to consider it seriously, the ancient heavenly court would be completely crushed. The strength of the heavenly courts. This gave the cultivators of the myriad races great confidence. Looking at the reactions of the immortals below, Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. Since all of you are ready, then the heavenly court will officially begin the battle against the demon abyss. At the same time, the extraterritorial battlefield will be activated again as the rear supply point for the heavenly court's battle against the demon abyss. This battle will also restart the merit points exchange system. At that time, I will refine a batch of treasures that are mainly used to collect the aura of the evil demons. Every time you kill an evil demon, you will obtain a corresponding amount of merit points. After saying that, immediately, an immortal god cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask, Emperor of Heaven, the evil demons can only be killed by Zhu Bing. Now that many races don't have Zhu Bing in their hands, how can we completely kill the evil demons? If they couldn't really kill the evil demons, how could they obtain merit points? Similarly, if they couldn't kill the evil demons, then the losses in attacking the demon abyss would definitely increase." Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. There are no living beings in the world that are immortal and indestructible. This is the rule that no living being can violate. The immortality of the evil demons is because they rely on the demon abyss. Any evil demon, when born in the demon abyss, will leave a trace of true spirit in the demon abyss. Every time an evil demon dies, the demon abyss will consume its power and borrow that trace of true spirit to revive the evil demon. Isn't that the same as the investiture of the gods? The expressions of the immortals changed. From Qin Shujian's words, they could tell that the principle of the immortality of the evil demons was exactly the same as the investiture of the gods. All the immortals and gods on the list would leave a trace of true spirit on the list. As long as they didn't completely die, they could borrow that trace of true spirit to be reborn. Hearing this, the other immortals and gods were also shocked. Originally, they didn't combine the principle of the investiture of the gods with the demon abyss. After all, no one would think in this direction. But now that they were enlightened, they suddenly realized that the immortals and gods on the investiture of the gods were very similar to the evil demons in the demon abyss. Qin Shujian nodded, "That's right. Just like how you left your names on the investiture of the gods, you can think of the demon abyss as a larger version of the investiture of the gods. All the evil demons are powerhouses who left their names in the demon abyss. But there's one thing you need to know. I've already said before that no living being is truly immortal. Even if you leave your names on the investiture of the gods, you're not truly immortal. One day, when the end of the world comes, even if you leave your names on the investiture of the gods, you won't be able to be reborn. In addition, once the power of the investiture of the gods is exhausted, you won't be able to be reborn. Speaking of this, Qin Shujian paused, then continued, by the same logic, there are actually 3 ways to kill evil demons. The first is to use Zhu Bing. The power of faith surpasses everything and can naturally kill evil demons. The second is to destroy the demon god Stili in the demon abyss. The demon god Stili mainly contains evil demons' true spirits. As long as the demon god Stili is destroyed, all the evil demons will lose the ability to be reborn. As for the third option, it is to kill. Repeatedly kill until the repeated rebirth consumes too much energy. Then, the devil abyss will give up on the rebirth of the evil devil. This way, the evil devil will truly die. The first method was known to almost everyone. As for the second method, only a few people knew. For example, Xiao Chengfeng. As for the third method, all the immortals had never heard of it. After all, it was not easy to kill an evil demon. Moreover, there were many evil demons in the demon abyss. No one could catch an evil demon and kill it repeatedly. Therefore, what they didn't know was that killing an evil devil too many times could actually kill an evil devil. Hearing this, Xiao Chengfeng cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask, Emperor of Heaven, how many times do you have to kill an evil demon before it truly dies?" The other immortals all pricked up their ears. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment, then finally said, "Maybe 100 or 80 times. Chapter 955. 180 times. All the immortals and gods were speechless. It was not easy to kill them once, let alone 180 times. Perhaps they would be killed by the evil spirits before they could kill them 180 times. Seeing this, Qin Shujian smiled again and said, "Perhaps we don't have to kill them 180 times. If a large number of evil spirits die at the same time, the power needed to revive the evil spirits in the demon abyss will increase greatly. At that time, we don't have to kill too many evil spirits to make some of them completely die. No matter how abundant the power of the demon abyss was, there would be a limit. Once the power was exhausted, the rumor that evil spirits were immortal was a joke." Qin Shujian did not understand these things in the past. He only understood after awakening his innate wisdom. Moreover, when he broke through to the Dao fruit realm, he also took a look at the demon abyss. The clues could not be hidden from his eyes. The weakness of the demon abyss, Qin Shujian knew very well. After that, he looked at Emperor Zhao and said calmly, "Emperor Zhongyuan, you don't have to care about the crack in the demon abyss in the eastern continent. With me in the heavenly court, the demonic qi in the demon abyss has no right to invade the eastern continent. The great Zhao has suppressed the crack in the demon abyss for so many years. When this battle is over, I will reward you according to your contributions." "I don't dare. This is what the human race should do." Emperor Zhao did not take credit for himself and only replied simply. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not say anything else. However, the other immortals and gods looked at Emperor Zhao strangely. If Qin Shujian had not mentioned it, they would not have known that the crack in the demon abyss was suppressed in the eastern continent. "I will give the myriad races 3 days to gather in the foreign battlefield. At that time, I will open a passage in the demon abyss for the cultivators of the myriad races to enter and officially conquer the demon abyss." Qin Shujian's expression was impassioned. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. "Court dismiss. We will take our leave." Many immortals and gods bowed. Eastern continent, Great Zhao Imperial City. Zhao Huang came to a cave once again. The stone spear that was suppressed in the array also noticed his arrival at the first moment. "Why is the human emperor here again today?" Shi Qiong's tone was a little strange. In the past, Emperor Zhao might not even come here once in 8 to 10 years, but recently, he had been coming here frequently. Although he found it strange, he didn't think too much about it. Speaking of which, the demonic qi seems to have decreased a lot recently. It's not that difficult for me to suppress it anymore. He looked at the stone spear. Emperor Zhao smiled and said, "In 3 days, the heavenly court will officially declare war on the demon abyss. Our human race will also be the vanguard to conquer the demon abyss. Battle of the demonic abyss." The stone spear shook violently. It could not believe what Zhao Huang had just said. Human sovereign, do you mean that our human race is going to officially attack the Devil Abyss? After the tremor, the stone spear quickly calmed down. The demonic abyss is very powerful. In the ancient times, even the heavenly court was no match for the demonic abyss. Isn't attacking the demonic abyss a little too rash? Conquering the demonic abyss was indeed a good thing. It represented the strengthening of the human race and the heavenly court. However, if the heavenly court misjudged the strength of the demon abyss and attacked without permission, causing the human race to suffer heavy losses, that was not what he wanted to see. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao shook his head and said, "Senior, you may not know this, but the heavenly court today is several times more powerful than the heavenly court in the ancient times. Although the demonic abyss is strong, it will definitely not be able to resist the heavenly court. It's time to settle the blood feud from 1,000,000 years ago. Senior, you must have been lonely for so many years. I wonder if you have any thoughts of conquering the demonic abyss with me. Qin Kang has fallen, and Emperor Xia has died in battle. I have always hoped that one day, I can destroy the demonic abyss and take revenge." The stone spear's voice was low, but it immediately became excited. "Now that I have the chance, how can I refuse? But once I leave, I'm afraid that the demonic qi will leak out, and it will cause a lot of trouble in the future. Senior, you don't have to worry about the demonic qi. The Emperor of Heaven has already said that with him suppressing it, you don't have to worry about the demonic qi leaking out of the demonic abyss." As Emperor Zhao spoke, he had already walked in front of the stone spear. His broad palm held onto the spear's body, and an unprecedented feeling welled up in his heart. At that moment, the stone cave trembled, and the array below flickered violently. An extremely powerful aura rose from Emperor Zhao and the stone spear. It instantly broke through the Imperial astronomer's restraint and rushed into the clouds. At that moment, the wind and clouds changed. "Ha!" Emperor Zhao shouted. The hand holding the stone spear suddenly pulled hard, and the stone spear was instantly pulled out. Boom! The stone spear was pulled out, and its aura swept across the world like a wave. "Human Emperor, I'm going to transcend the tribulation. Senior, please go ahead." Emperor Zhao released his hand, and the stone spear disappeared into the sky like a stream of light. In the next breath, rolling lightning gathered, and countless thunderbolts bombarded the stone spear. Bathed in the endless lightning, the stone spear was not affected at all. Instead, it was filled with pride. "Ha ha ha, I've finally come out. When we fight in the future, I'll definitely destroy the demonic abyss." It was a roar, but it sounded more like an oath. Then, the stone spear flew into the air, and an extremely powerful spear energy shot out. It instantly annihilated the thunderbolts, and then it sank into the tribulation clouds, forcibly tearing them apart. The moment the tribulation clouds were destroyed, a powerful aura surged on the stone spear. "Another 6 tribulation Zhu Bing has been born," Wu Ming said in surprise in the Eastern God of War Palace. In the past, the 6 tribulation Zhu Bing was like a rare treasure. But now, they were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. One after another, they were born. On the other side, the sky-breaking halberd's tone became strange. "That aura seems a little familiar." After saying that, he fell silent. After a long while, the sky-breaking halberd suddenly woke up, and his tone became shocked. "That's the aura of the 10,000 tribulation. The 10,000 tribulation spear has been born. The 10,000 tribulation spear. It was the strongest Zhu Bing of the human race in the past. There was no other weapon like it. 1,000,000 years ago, the 10,000 tribulation spear was already a 5 tribulation Zhu Bing. According to what he knew after returning from the demonic abyss, the 10,000 tribulation spear had completely disappeared 1,000,000 years ago. He did not know if it had fallen in the tribulation or was sealed somewhere. After a long time, the sky-breaking halberd forgot about it. But now, the 10,000 tribulation spear that had disappeared for a long time had reappeared. To him, this news was more than just a little shocking. Xiao Chengfeng frowned and looked in the direction of the tribulation. "The 10,000 tribulation spear has been born, and the tribulation came from the eastern continent. Could it be that the 10,000 tribulation spear has always been in the hands of the human race? He thought about what Qin Shujian had said during the imperial court meeting, and now the 10,000 tribulation spear had been born. In his mind, he already had a guess. Chapter 956. The 10,000 tribulation spear has appeared. The Godslayer suddenly spoke in the palace of the Emperor of Heaven. The 10,000 tribulation spear? Qin Shujian had a surprised look on his face. When the stone spear broke out of the seal, he had already noticed it. A Dao fruit expert, especially one who held the position of the Emperor of Heaven, controlled the destiny of the entire heavenly court. He could know everything that was happening in the great thousand world with just a thought. Therefore, the appearance of the stone spear could not be hidden from Qin Shujian's perception even in the distant eastern continent. However, this was the first time he had heard of the 10,000 tribulation spear that the Godslayer had mentioned. The Godslayer's voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. The 10,000 tribulation spear is the most powerful Zhu Bing of the 3 Zhu Bing of the ancient human race. A long time ago, the 10,000 tribulation spear was already a 5 tribulation Zhu Bing. However, I don't know what happened to the 10,000 tribulation spear and whether it collapsed with the Great Tribulation. Now that the 10,000 tribulation spear has appeared again, and its aura comes from the eastern continent, it seems that it has always been in the hands of the human race. Millimeter, Qin Shujian nodded and said calmly. According to what you said, if the Zhu Bing is the 10,000 tribulation spear, then the 10,000 tribulation spear has always been in the hands of the human race. There is a crack in the demon abyss in the eastern continent. The great Zhao Empire built its capital in the central state prefecture, then built the imperial city and the imperial observatory. Its real purpose was to suppress the crack in the demon abyss and prevent demon qi from leaking out and polluting the living beings of the eastern continent. The 10,000 tribulation spear is the main divine weapon to suppress the crack. The demon abyss and the great thousand world were not connected. However, in reality, there was an unknown passage between the two. That passage completely crossed the barrier of space and was close to the point of being attached. Therefore, every time the eastern continent was born, demons would be born. The reason was that the invisible passage between the two had always existed in the eastern continent. Every time a region was born, it would cause turmoil in the eastern continent, causing the suppression of the crack in the demon abyss to loosen, and demons would be born in the eastern continent. The 10,000 calamity spear should have existed in the eastern continent for a long time. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, or after the collapse of the primordial age, it has been suppressing the human clan's crack. Later on, Zhao Emperor must have discovered the existence of the 1,000 tribulation spear, so he built the imperial city there. When Qin Shujian was traveling the river of time in the past, although he was going against the current, it did not mean that he was clear about everything. To put it bluntly, every section of the long river of time represented something that happened in the entire universe. As he went against the flow, his mind was unable to observe the changes in the entire universe. He could only see a part of it and miss out on the rest. Therefore, Qin Shujian didn't dare to be 100% sure about many things. He just made an inference. Hearing this, Godslayer agreed. Emperor of Heaven's analysis is very reasonable. If it weren't for the 1,000 tribulation spear and the subsequent great revelation, perhaps the evil demons would have already wreaked havoc in the eastern continent. By then, the original void turbulence wouldn't have been able to stop the powerful ancient demon gods. Once the evil demons crossed the void turbulence, the myriad races would be doomed. Speaking of which, the myriad races owe the human race a huge favor. Qin Shujian said. In his opinion, the human race was still a little too merciful. After the ancient times were destroyed, the myriad races had been forcing the human race, but no one from the human race had opened the seal of the 1,000 tribulation spear. If the human race took away the 1,000 tribulation spear, the myriad races after the ancient times were destroyed would definitely not be qualified to resist the attack of the demon abyss. Of course, It was also possible that the remaining human race did not know about the existence of the Thousand Tribulation Spear at all. However, the probability of this happening was extremely small. He shook his head. Qin Shujian could not be bothered to talk about this matter. Anyway, it was something that happened millions of years ago. There was no need to talk about it. Now that the human race was the number one race, and the heavenly court intimidated the myriad races, it was enough. However, if he really had to fight with his back against the wall, or even if he was bound to lose, he wasn't sure what he would do. On the other side, the heavenly tribulation was shattered by the Thousand Tribulation Spear. The moment the heavenly tribulation shattered, a powerful aura rose from the Thousand Tribulation Spear and instantly swept across the eastern continent. It's the Sixth Tribulation Zhu Bing. Looking at the Thousand Tribulation Spear, Emperor Zhao revealed a gentle smile. The human race was so large that it didn't even have a Sixth Tribulation ancestral weapon to guard it. Even though Qin Shujian and Xiao Chengfeng both possessed ancestral armaments, and very powerful ancestral armaments on top of that, Qin Shujian and Xiao Chengfeng both possessed extremely powerful ancestral armaments. But in his eyes, one was the Emperor of Heaven, and the other was the reincarnation of an ancient immortal lord. Although they were both human race, the Zhu Bing in their hands was not the Zhu Bing that could suppress the human race. Now, the human race was dominated by the Great Zhao. However, the Great Zhao did not have the Zhu Bing that he could use. It was undoubtedly a very awkward thing. Emperor Zhao thought about how he had to borrow the Zhu Bing from Xiao Chengfeng every time he started a battle. Although he did not say anything, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. But it was different now. The Thousand Tribulation Spear had successfully transcended the tribulation, and the Great Zhao officially had the Sixth Tribulation Zhu Bing. With his own strength, Emperor Zhao believed that there were less than 5 experts in the heavenly court who could compete with him. At this moment, another heavenly tribulation condensed in the sky. Emperor Zhao's face was filled with astonishment. This is the 7th heavenly tribulation. He did not expect the Thousand Tribulation Spear to attract the 7th heavenly tribulation so quickly after transcending the 6th heavenly tribulation. To be honest, Emperor Zhao knew a little about the Thousand Tribulation Spear. 1,000,000 years ago, the human race's number one Zhu Bing. None of the Zhu Bing in the hands of the 10,000 races could compete with it. Now that it had been accumulating for 1,000,000 years, it was not strange for it to transcend the 6th heavenly tribulation. However, the 6th to 7th heavenly tribulation were completely different. Even if he had a lot of confidence in the Thousand Tribulation Spear, he did not think that the probability of it transcending the 7th heavenly tribulation was high. I'm a little impulsive. Emperor Zhao took a deep breath. He wanted to stop the Thousand Tribulation Spear's impulsiveness and let it accumulate more strength before transcending the 7th heavenly tribulation. But after thinking about it, Emperor Zhao finally gave up on this idea. There was no other reason. Since the Thousand Tribulation Spear dared to attract the heavenly tribulation on its own, it meant that it had already made a decision. If he interfered, it would undoubtedly make the Thousand Tribulation Spear unhappy. In fact, it might even dampen the other party's spirit. Moreover, now that the heavenly tribulation had been formed, it did not mean that it would not transcend the heavenly tribulation. Suppressing the urge to stop it, Emperor Zhao looked at the powerful Zhu Bing in the sky with a complicated expression. I hope you can successfully transcend the heavenly tribulation. A 7 tribulation Zhu Bing is enough to keep the human race going. Unless the era comes to an end, with the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing, the human race's chances of being exterminated will be greatly reduced. He shook his head. Emperor Zhao focused his mind and kept an eye on the changes in the sky. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation had been brewing for a long time, and the first thunderbolt that symbolized the 7th heavenly tribulation finally descended. At that moment, the thunderbolt illuminated the boundless world. Chapter 957. He's going through the 7th tribulation. How dare he? The young man formed by the sky-breaking halberd shook his head in disbelief. Just born. To break through 2 levels in a row was almost as difficult as the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing going through the 8th tribulation. No matter how deep one's foundation was, the possibility of failing the tribulation was extremely high. Originally, the sky-breaking halberd thought that the 10,000 tribulation spear had succeeded and was about to find a chance to catch up with him. But before he could do anything, he saw the 7th tribulation descend. At that moment, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. Don't die under the heavenly tribulation before I have time to talk to you. The sky-breaking halberd couldn't help but complain. On the other side, Wu Ming also had a complicated expression. So this is the so-called era of great battles. Not only are there endless powerhouses, but also powerful divine weapons. It's not comparable to the past at all. In the ancient times, the most powerful Zhu Bing was the 5 tribulation Zhu Bing. In the ancient times, the most powerful Zhu Bing was only the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing. Not to mention the 8 tribulation Zhu Bing, even the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing was just a flash in the pan. But now, although the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing didn't exist in the world, there were divine weapons that were comparable to the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing. Those divine weapons were not Zhu Bing, but they were better than the Zhu Bing. In addition, the 8 tribulation Zhu Bing that had never appeared before had also appeared in the world. It could be said that this era was the most powerful era in the history of this era. Even the later generations would find it difficult to surpass it. A Dao fruit that surpasses the true immortal realm. The 8 tribulation Zhu Bing that had never appeared before have all appeared one by one. Powerful divine weapons that are comparable to the 9 tribulation Zhu Bing also exist. It may not be long before the real 9 tribulation Zhu Bing is born. No matter how strong the later generations are, they can't surpass it. Wu Ming sighed with emotion. He couldn't imagine how strong the later generations would be if they could surpass this era. True immortals were inferior to dogs. Dao fruits were everywhere. As soon as such a thought appeared in his mind, John Doe suppressed it. The 7th tribulation was much more powerful than the 6th. The ripple was not limited to the eastern continent. Even the other 3 continents could feel the terrifying aura. Almost all the first-level true immortals looked in the direction of the eastern continent. Another powerful divine weapon of the human clan has appeared. With such power, I'm afraid it's not much weaker than the investiture of the gods. First, it was the endless stream of experts, then powerful divine weapons came one after another. The human race is now more glorious than it was 1,000,000 years ago. If our race had half of the human race's opportunities, we wouldn't be like this. Some true immortals sighed at the strength of the human race, but most of them were jealous of the human race's fortuitous encounters. Among the thousands of races in the 4 great continents, there was not a single race that could compare with the human race in terms of opportunities. Not to mention being comparable. Even half of it would be an extravagant hope. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation crashed down. The powerful force made the 1,000 tribulation spear tremble violently. The heavenly tribulation, that's right. This is the power I want. Come, I'm going to become the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing today. Even the heavenly tribulation won't be able to stop me. The 1,000 tribulation spear laughed loudly, and its heroic voice resounded through the clouds. The heavenly tribulation was powerful, but it didn't make it feel any fear. As the strongest Zhu Bing of the human race, the 1,000 tribulation spear had its own pride. Moreover, it had sealed itself and suppressed the crack in the demonic abyss for 1,000,000 years. Although the 1,000 tribulation spear didn't say anything, it had always been suppressing its anger. Now that it could finally break the seal and come out, it didn't need to stay there. No one else could understand that feeling. As a Zhu Bing, and as the strongest Zhu Bing of the human race, the 1,000 tribulation spear needed a battle to its heart's content. Now that the 7th tribulation had descended, it felt as if it had met a powerful opponent. At this moment, the 1,000 tribulation spear didn't care whether it could pass the tribulation or not. It just wanted to have a good battle with the heavenly tribulation. Even if it died in the tribulation, it would be satisfied. A shocking spear intent erupted from the stone spear, trying to pierce through the clouds. Then, The spear energy shot out and collided with the heavenly tribulation. In an instant, the spear energy shattered, and the lightning fell on the spear body, causing the stone spear to tremble a few times. There seemed to be stone fragments falling. Without a host, the amount of power that an ancestral armament could unleash was limited. The spear that broke the heavenly tribulation was the foundation that the 1,000 tribulation spear had accumulated for 1,000,000 years. However, after the 1,000,000 years of accumulation was unleashed, there wasn't much power that could be used in the future. To pass the tribulation successfully, it depended on Zhu Bing's own strength. To this, the 1,000 tribulation spear didn't care. It didn't matter whether its attack could affect the heavenly tribulation or not. As long as it was happy, it was enough. Rumble. The dense heavenly tribulation struck down, causing a vast sea of lightning to appear above the imperial city. The 1,000 tribulation spear was immersed in the sea of lightning. Occasionally, the spear energy would pierce through the sea of lightning and attack the heavenly tribulation above. However, most of the time, the 1,000 tribulation spear couldn't break through the sea of lightning. Time slowly passed. Emperor Zhao was paying attention to the changes in the heavenly tribulation. Judging from the current situation, the 1,000 tribulation spear didn't show any signs of failure. This Zhu Bing's foundation and power were much stronger than he had expected. It's time for the great Zhao to have a 7 tribulation. Zhu Bing, father, is the 1,000 tribulation spear going to pass the tribulation successfully? Shi Yang's voice came from behind. Emperor Zhao didn't turn around and replied calmly. If nothing unexpected happens, the 1,000 tribulation spear should pass the tribulation successfully. Hearing this, Shi Yang also had a smile on his face. Once the 1,000 tribulation spear succeeds, our great Zhao will have a 7 tribulation ancestral weapon. At that time, even the Eastern Pole War god will not be able to contend against Imperial Father. Xiao Chengfeng was a human. But he didn't want him to be above the great Zhao. Now, the great Zhao was the most powerful force of the human race and could be regarded as the orthodox force of the human race. Even the Qianyuan sacred ground couldn't compete with the great Zhao. However, the great Zhao was so powerful, but the emperor of the great Zhao wasn't the strongest person of the human race. This was undoubtedly not a good thing. Qin Shujian was fine. After all, he was the emperor of heaven. Ordinary people couldn't compare to him. But if Xiao Chengfeng couldn't be suppressed by the great Zhao, then it would be a little awkward. In the end, in terms of cultivation, Shi Yang knew that his father was no weaker than Xiao Chengfeng, the reincarnation of the ancient immortal Lord Haozang. However, the other party also had a very obvious advantage, which was that he had 2 powerful Zhu Bing. Let's compare. His father didn't even have a decent Zhu Bing. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage. If the 1,000 tribulation spear succeeded, then everything would be different. Chapter 958. Boom. When the heavenly tribulation came to an end, the 1,000 tribulation spear bathed in the sea of lightning finally accumulated enough power to fight back. An extremely powerful spear intent burst out of the spear, shaking the void. The sea of lightning was destroyed. The 1,000 tribulation spear rose into the sky and disappeared into the heavenly tribulation. In the end, the heavenly tribulation shattered, and all the fluctuations dissipated. Then, an even more powerful fluctuation burst out from the East continent and swept across the 4 continents in an instant. All the true immortals who were watching the heavenly tribulation changed their expressions. The heavenly tribulation had succeeded. The situation that they didn't want to see the most had finally happened. Now that the powerful aura had spread out, it proved that the human race had an extremely powerful divine weapon. The 1,000 tribulation spear fell and turned into a middle-aged man with a dignified face. Human Emperor, I've succeeded. Senior, congratulations on successfully transcending the heavenly tribulation, Emperor Zhao said with a smile. Senior, now that you've transcended the heavenly tribulation, no other divine weapon can compare to you except for the 8 tribulation Zhu Bing. 8 tribulation Zhu Bing. The 1,000 tribulation spear looked surprised. In the ancient times, the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing disappeared, and the 5 tribulation Zhu Bing reigned supreme. Now, an 8 tribulation Zhu Bing has appeared in the world. It was really shocked by Emperor Zhao's words. It had thought that after transcending the heavenly tribulation, it would become the most powerful Zhu Bing in the world. Until now. The 1000 tribulation spear realized that an 8 tribulation Zhu Bing had appeared. In comparison, the joy of transcending the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing was greatly reduced. I wonder which Zhu Bing broke through to the 8 tribulation. Was it the sky-breaking halberd? The 1000 tribulation spear asked. In its memory, the sky-breaking halberd had the most hope of breaking through to a higher level in 1,000,000 years. The other divine weapons Zhu Bing were slightly inferior. Emperor Zhao shook his head. It's not the sky-breaking halberd. It's the Godslayer. The Godslayer. The 1000 tribulation spear's expression became a little strange. It's him. Emperor Zhao said, with Senior's foundation, it's not impossible for you to transcend the 8th tribulation in the future. Now that our human race is about to go to war with the demon abyss, it's undoubtedly a great fortune for Senior to succeed in transcending the tribulation before the war. With Senior's help, our human race will definitely sweep through the devil abyss. I don't dare to say that I can sweep through the demon abyss, but killing a few ancient demon gods is not bad either. The 1000 calamity spear shook his head. He knew that with the current strength of the human race, they were still far from being able to sweep through the demon abyss. After that, his expression turned regretful again. It's a pity that the human sovereign has only cultivated for a short period of time. If you were given another 10,000 years, you might be able to reach the level of the ancient Emperor of Heaven. At that time, I might also have the opportunity to taste the blood of the 3 ancient demon gods. This is also a good opportunity to see if the rumored demon god Steely is truly indestructible. Thinking of the 3 ancient demon gods, the 1000 tribulation spear's eyes flashed with killing intent. They were the culprits behind the collapse of the ancient era. They were also the culprits behind the destruction of the heavenly court and the heavy losses of the human race. If it weren't for the 3 ancient demon gods, the demon abyss wouldn't have been able to destroy the heavenly court, let alone bring the human race to the brink of extinction. Everything. It was all because of the 3 ancient demon gods. I've disappointed Senior. Emperor Zhao shook his head. Seeing this, the 1000 tribulation spear said, Human sovereign, you've cultivated for less than 10,000 years. To have such achievements is already unprecedented. If I'm not wrong, you're only 1 step away from the upper 3 true immortals. After breaking through to the 7th tribulation, his eyes became sharper. The 1000 tribulation spear could clearly feel the surging power contained in Emperor Zhao's body. That power was almost comparable to that of a 7th true immortal. Thus, it could be seen. Emperor Zhao's strength had long reached a powerful level. Although he hadn't broken through to the 7th true immortal level, he was definitely at the peak of the 6th true immortal level. Hearing this, Emperor Zhao didn't deny it. Then, the 1000 tribulation spear's gaze fell on Shi Yang. Your descendant is also not bad. The great Zhao has a successor. In his eyes, Shi Yang had also reached the 4th true immortal level. He had cultivated for a shorter time than Emperor Zhao. At such a young age, he already had the cultivation of a 4th true immortal. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he would be equivalent to an upper 3 true immortal in the future. The ancient Emperor Xia. He was only an 8th true immortal. Senior, you're exaggerating. Shi Yang's expression was calm, but he laughed bitterly in his heart. A successor. Those words weren't suitable for him at all. To be honest, Shi Yang wasn't sure if he would be able to sit on the throne of the great Zhao on the day he died. His father, the emperor, might have lived longer than him. Fortunately, he'd long given up on the idea of fighting for the throne. Otherwise, his current days would be torturous. 3 days passed very quickly. The 1000 tribulation spear's tribulation took about 2 days. At this moment, the news that the heavenly court was going to attack the demon abyss had long spread. Whether it was the human race or the other races, They all gathered their experts and hurried to the extraterritorial battlefield. They're going to attack the demon abyss. Origin sect. Zheng Fang's expression was solemn. After breaking through to true immortal, he was considered the strongest person in Origin sect. In front of him, Xu Yuanming and the others were sitting there. At this moment, Xu Yuanming's expression was also solemn. Attacking the demon abyss is the most important thing right now. According to the Qianyuan sacred ground, all the cultivators above the transcendent level of each sect need to fight. In other words, if we fail in this battle, I'm afraid our origin sect will decline for a long time. This matter is not as simple as the Qianyuan sacred ground's order. It's an order from the heavenly court itself. Zheng Fang shook his head. Not to mention our origin sect, even the great Zhao won't be able to get away with it. But there's one advantage, which is that only the transcendent level and above are required to participate in the battle. Those below the transcendent level can stay and continue the legacy. We were nurtured by the heavens and earth, and we owe them a lot for being able to cultivate in such an environment. Now that we're attacking the demon abyss, we're returning the favor of the heavens and earth. There's no possibility of refusing. They couldn't refuse. There was no way to refuse. Hearing this, the others tacitly agreed. But everyone's hearts were quite heavy. On the surface, the heavenly court seemed to have a great advantage in attacking the demon abyss. However, the overall advantage was only the overall advantage. If they really went to war, it was unknown how many people would die in the battle. With their strength, they didn't have much confidence that they could survive in the demon abyss. Looking at everyone's heavy expressions, Zheng Fang suddenly smiled and said, "People live for a lifetime. If we really die in battle, it's fate. There's nothing to regret. If it weren't for the opportunity given to us by the Emperor of Heaven, we might have already exhausted our lifespans and died. Besides, we might not necessarily die if we start a war. We might be able to survive until the end. Speaking of which, my old bones have been idle for too long. It's time to exercise." Chapter 959. In the fallen immortal realm. The heaven and earth passage was completely open, and the immortals who guarded the passage were no longer there. One by one, the cultivators of the 10,000 races walked into the passage. In addition to that, there were also a large number of players rushing towards the extraterritorial battlefield. Until now, the players were no different from the native living beings of the upper-class world. If there was any difference, then the only difference was that the players could not die. But in fact, even if the players did not die in the upper-class world, every time they revived, they would lose levels as the price. Now, the players' world and the upper-class world were becoming more and more closely integrated. Many times, the level in the upper-class world determined the cultivation level of the players in the real world. As a result, the players did not dare to court death and cause their levels to drop. Especially now that the 10,000 races were getting stronger and stronger, there were more and more perfected immortal experts. They were not something that the players could compare to. Even for the current players, Celestials were no longer something rare. However, the gap between Celestials and perfected immortals was not ordinary. Back then, the gap between each realm was like heaven and earth. With a thought, a perfected immortal could kill tens of thousands of ordinary Celestials. This was an indisputable fact. With such a deterrence, the players did not dare to be presumptuous. In the extraterritorial battlefield, in the various cities, the cultivators of the 10,000 races gathered. Unlike the beginning of the Void Demons, the number of perfected immortals in the 10,000 races was not comparable to the past. One by one, the perfected immortals stepped out, and the aura they unintentionally emitted suppressed the void and caused it to tremble violently. Perfected immortal Bichuan, you're here. So it's perfected immortal Yu Hua. Perfected immortal Long Yu. The perfected immortals who were familiar with each other greeted each other with harmonious smiles on their faces. At this point, the gap between the races could be considered to have been temporarily eliminated. Even the perfected immortals who did not have a good relationship with each other would only look at each other coldly when they faced each other and would not easily fight. Everyone understood. Now that the heavenly court was going to attack the demon abyss, they would definitely not allow any conflicts within the heavenly court. Strictly speaking, the 10,000 races were also a part of the heavenly court. So, even if the 10,000 races had many conflicts, they had to hold it in at this time. Otherwise, the Emperor of Heaven might kill a few perfected immortals as a sacrifice before the war. So many experts. Zhong-Ergu couldn't help but be shocked when he followed the strong cultivators of the Chenyuan sacred ground into the extraterritorial battlefield. Usually, he stayed in Yuan Zone and did not move much. Before that, he had been in the Sea of Death. Even though there were many true immortal-level ferocious beasts there as well, they were nothing compared to the true immortals of the 10,000 races before him. Even now, Zhong-Ergu had made great achievements in the Guiyuan ancestral canon. Even if he could match a true immortal with his Deva body, it wouldn't be much of a problem. However, he was still shocked by the aura that intertwined in the void. Strong. Very strong. Among the many auras, there were many that were much stronger than his. The arrogance and complacency in his heart had disappeared without a trace. The number of experts in this world is as vast as the stars in the sky. Those who haven't broken through to the true immortal realm are ultimately nothing. Zhong-Ergu shook his head and sighed. Behind him, the bow of heaven and earth spoke with a complicated tone. I never thought that there would be so many true immortals in just a few decades. It was hard to imagine. A few decades ago, the human race was still revered by Deva beings and true immortals were extinct. Such a change. Even if it was caused by tens of thousands of years ago, people would believe it. However, if it was caused by a few decades, those who didn't know the truth would definitely not believe it. Shock was shock. The bow of heaven and earth quickly came back to his senses. While others improved quickly, his improvement wasn't slow at all. From a spirit artifact in the past to a powerful Tao artifact now, if it were to be differentiated by cultivators, it could be considered to have crossed many realms. Dog, work hard. You still have a long way to go. The bow of heaven and earth said earnestly. I don't expect you to be like the Emperor of Heaven. Even if you break through to the upper 3 true immortal realms in the future, I might be able to benefit from your glory. Speaking of this, he was very sad. He was supposed to be the Emperor of Heaven's divine weapon. Now, he should be living a good life with the Emperor of Heaven. Not to say that he was comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, but to beat the ordinary Zhu Bing was something that could be done in a matter of minutes. However, he didn't know what went wrong. By a freak combination of factors, he became Zhong-Ergu's divine weapon. Thinking of this, the bow of heaven and earth was sad again. In fact, when he was first lent to Zhong-Ergu, he should have been vigilant. He was careless. He sighed secretly. The bow of heaven and earth was full of helplessness. As if he sensed the bow of heaven and earth's thoughts, Zhong-Ergu said in an unfriendly tone, Old Chen, I think I've treated you well. What do you mean by being so half-hearted? I'm not half-hearted. I just want you to work harder. Haha, Zhong-Ergu laughed coldly. In public, he couldn't be bothered to argue with the bow of heaven and earth. Looking at those powerful true immortals, a thought suddenly came to Zhong-Ergu's mind. If I can swallow all those true immortals, wouldn't I be flying on the spot? He didn't know what the word flying meant at first, but he gradually understood after listening to the mutated people talk about it. Don't act recklessly. There are so many experts here. If you really cause trouble, unless the Emperor of Heaven takes action, no one can protect you. Sensing the fluctuation in Zhong-Ergu's heart, the bow of heaven and earth couldn't help but be shocked. How daring of him! Indeed, so many true immortals of the 10,000 races in front of him looked very tempting. However, no matter how tempting it was, he couldn't act recklessly. If he really swallowed all those true immortals, there would be endless trouble. And most importantly, Zhong-Ergu didn't have the strength to do so. If they fought and he was slapped to death, that would be a big joke. He was nervous about the bow of heaven and earth. Zhong-Ergu didn't think much of it. I'm just thinking about it. Why are you so nervous? When we attack the demon abyss later, there will be so many demons that it will be enough for me to swallow. This is an excellent opportunity for me to break through to the true immortal realm. If I can break through to the true immortal realm, maybe the position of the sacred lord of the Chenyuan sacred ground will be taken over by my Yuan sect. He didn't say these words out loud. He just communicated with the bow of heaven and earth in his heart with his divine thoughts. Zhong Ergu knew very well. In fact, all the elders in the sect expressed dissatisfaction with the position of the sacred lord falling into Qin Yuanbai's hands. No matter what. The Chenyuan sacred ground was also established by the sect master of Yuan sect. Therefore, the position of the sacred lord should be taken over by someone from Yuan sect. However, Yuan sect didn't have enough manpower. Since Qin Shujian established the heavenly court and became the emperor of heaven, none of the successors were good enough. They could only watch as the position of the sacred lord was taken over by Qin Yuanbai. Chapter 960. The people of Yuan sect. All the time, they were thinking about how to regain the position of the sacred lord. However, although the strength of Yuan sect was not weaker than that of the Nine Palaces sect, it was much weaker than Qin Yuanbai. Even if Zheng Fang broke through to the true immortal realm later, it would still be the same. If I want to compete for the position of the sacred lord, I must have the power to suppress the entire Chenyuan sacred ground. Ordinary true immortals definitely won't be able to do it, but if I use the Guyuan ancestral scripture to become an immortal and walk the system of evolving heaven and earth, then I have a lot of hope. Zhong Ergu thought to himself. The evolution of heaven and earth was the most powerful system of all. Others might not be sure, but he was 100% sure that Qin Yuanbai walked this system. In other words, apart from the Emperor of Heaven, there were only two people who walked the evolution of heaven and earth system. One was Nyingbo, who had already entered the heavenly court as an official. The other was himself. Zhong Ergu and Nyingbo didn't have much interaction, so he didn't know much about this disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. In his opinion, even if Nyingbo entered the heavenly court as an official and had great opportunities, he might not be able to compare with him. Besides, Nyingbo joined Yuan sect halfway and left quickly. He didn't have much of a sense of belonging to Yuan sect, unlike himself who had watched Yuan sect grow step by step. So, even if the others didn't say anything, Zhong Ergu would definitely compete for the position of the sacred lord. For no other reason, it was to protect Yuan sect's face. Sensing Zhong Ergu's inner thoughts, the bow of heaven and earth fell silent. All along, the other party had always acted like a sloppy person, but in fact, he was very competitive. The red lotus of purgation's means are indeed powerful. I once saw the Emperor of Heaven use the red lotus of purgation to completely kill demons. If you can enter the demon abyss and use the red lotus of purgation to kill a large number of demons, it won't be difficult for you to break through to the true immortal realm. The system of evolving heaven and earth was truly too powerful. You haven't reached the limits of the Deva realm yet, but you're already no weaker than a first-level immortal. If you can break through to the true immortal realm in the future, you might not be comparable to a middle-level immortal, but it won't be difficult for you to defeat a lower-level immortal. The Cosmos Bow said in a deep voice. Those who had never seen the evolution of the heaven and earth system would never be able to appreciate its power. He had seen it for himself when he was with Qin Shujian. Following behind Zhong Ergu, he could also tell that the other party had undergone a metamorphosis. Therefore, he was sure that once Zhong Ergu broke through to the true immortal realm, he would become another powerful expert. I hope so. Zhong Ergu smiled, the pressure in his heart dissipating. He was not good at suppressing himself. It was just that sometimes, when he thought of certain things, he would feel unhappy. But most of the time, Zhong Ergu's mentality was very good. At this moment, more and more true immortals of the myriad races were coming out into the world. One by one, the true immortals were so strong that even the void was starting to distort due to that tyrannical aura. At this moment, the void shattered, and a few people stepped out from it. Those are the imperial emperors of the 5 directions. Hiss. The leader must be Imperial Emperor Zhong Yuan. Rumor has it that he's the #1 expert of the human race after the Emperor of Heaven. Not necessarily. I heard that the Eastern War God is the #1 expert of the human race after the Emperor of Heaven. Be careful with your words. Seeing the imperial emperors of the 5 directions appear, the cultivators of the myriad races exclaimed. Some cultivators could not help but compare Xiao Chengfeng to Emperor Zhao, but most of them kept their mouths shut. Whether it was Imperial Emperor Zhongyuan or the Eastern War God, they were not people that ordinary cultivators could talk about. Talking about the experts without permission might bring about a fatal disaster. After the imperial emperors of the 5 directions appeared, the war gods of the 4 extremes and the other immortals of the heavenly court appeared one after another. For a moment, the number of true immortals increased greatly. That must be the demon abyss. Emperor Zhao looked at the cracked void in front of him. There was an endless amount of blood surging. If one looked carefully, one could see a floating continent in the boundless blood. That was the demon abyss. When heaven and earth were constantly being born, the demon abyss was also rapidly approaching. Now, the distance between the demon abyss and the great thousand world was no longer as far as before. It could be said that, even if the heavenly court did not attack the demon abyss now, the demon abyss would completely collide with the great thousand world in a few years. At that time, a great war would still erupt. The demon emperor nodded slightly. That's the demon abyss. It's a good thing that the Emperor of Heaven has decided to attack the demon abyss now. At least the heavenly court will have the absolute initiative. Otherwise, when the demon abyss attacks, we will be at a disadvantage. The one who strikes first has the advantage. The one who strikes later will suffer. Although it wasn't 100% accurate, it still made sense. Now that the heavenly court's strength had increased greatly, it was the right time to attack the demon abyss. The imperial emperors of the 5 directions discovered the existence of the demon abyss. Some of the more powerful true immortals could also clearly sense the aura from the demon abyss. Time passed bit by bit. The noise in the extraterritorial battlefield gradually calmed down. Every cultivator had a solemn expression on their faces. They were waiting for an opportunity to officially launch an attack. After an unknown period of time, the void within hundreds of millions of miles suddenly shattered like a mirror. A finger that seemed to penetrate the universe reached out from heaven and earth. Under the shocked gazes of the cultivators of the 10,000 races, it directly pressed down on the demon abyss. Boom! The boundless blood-red color collapsed. The huge barrier that covered the demonic abyss suddenly started to tremble. Then, in the imperial emperors of the 5 directions sight, the shield shattered, and a monstrous demonic aura spread out from it. Buzz! A shocking fluctuation spread out. Everyone's face instantly turned solemn. There was no need to say much about the immortals of the heavenly court. As for the cultivators and players of the 10,000 races, they could vaguely guess who the owner of that finger was. When the demon abyss shield shattered, a loud voice rang out. Pass down my order. The heavenly court will attack the demon abyss with all its might. In addition, all otherworlders must be at least in the God martial arts realm to participate in the battle. Those below the God martial arts realm are not allowed to enter. Those who violate this will be killed. As soon as the words fell, a large group of players had the same expression on their faces as Sima's. What did this mean? Did those below the God martial arts realm eat your rice? Why were those below the God martial arts realm not allowed to enter the demon abyss? Discrimination. This was blatant discrimination. Many players were so angry that their chests violently rose and fell violently. They gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. There was nothing they could do. The order was given by Qin Shujian, the #1 powerhouse of the Great Thousand World. Not to mention the players below the God martial arts realm, even if all the players in the Great Thousand World worked together, they would probably not be able to defeat him with a single slap. Therefore, it was impossible to resist. They could only silently endure everything. As for the players above the God martial arts realm, they had smiles on their faces. At this moment, Emperor Zhao waved his hand and immediately shouted, "Let's go." Chapter 961. The Demon Abyss. When Qin Shujian smashed the barrier of the demon abyss, the entire demon abyss shook violently. Whether it was the ancient god-fiends or the other demons, they were all shocked. There's an elite attacking the demon abyss from outside. The eternal life ancient god-fiend's expression was ugly, and his anger could be vaguely seen. Attacking the demon abyss. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since something like this happened? Ever since the demon abyss's notoriety spread, no one dared to approach it, let alone attack it. But now, the demon abyss was under attack. Beside the eternal life ancient godfiend, Yi Huang, who was also one of the three ancient godfiends, looked gloomy. Who dares to attack the demon abyss? Could it be a being from the Great Thousand World? Impossible. The Great Thousand World is extremely fragile. It's fine if they don't think of a way to escape, but how would they dare to attack the demon abyss? The eternal life ancient godfiend shook his head and refuted. He did not think that it was caused by a being from the Great Thousand World. The battle 1,000,000 years ago had destroyed the entire Great Thousand World. Now that only 1,000,000 years had passed, it was impossible for the Great Thousand World to recover. As for attacking the demon abyss, that was a joke. Hearing this, the heavenly saint ancient godfiend seemed to want to calculate something, but he gave up in the end. I can't calculate anything. It's as if the heavenly secrets have been blocked. I'm afraid that the being attacking the demon abyss is not ordinary. At this moment, the blood-red color hanging above the demon abyss suddenly fell from the sky. The blood-red moon fell. From afar, the blood-red color was only the size of a millstone, but now that it fell, it became billions of miles wide. Oh no, the blood-red moon is falling. Run. Oh no, the demons who looked up at the blood-red moon were shocked. The blood-red moon fell, and the powerful force alone made them feel the aura of destruction. Needless to say, if the blood-red moon fell, they would definitely die. The blood-red moon is falling. The eternal life ancient godfiend frowned as he looked at the blood-red moon that was about to smash into the demon abyss. A giant hand that covered heaven and earth reached out from the deepest part of the demon abyss and directly bombarded the blood-red moon. Boom, the palm and the blood-red moon collided, and the blood-red moon. But before the blood could splash out, the wound had already healed. At the same time, the momentum of the blood moon's descent had also lessened. Although it caused quite a commotion when it fell towards the devil abyss, it no longer had the destructive might that it had at the beginning. In the end, a few unlucky demons were smashed to death and then reborn in the devil abyss. The blood moon then fell into the deepest part of the devil abyss. Looking at the descending blood moon, the eternal life ancient fiend celestial withdrew his palm, his face as gloomy as water. This was the first time the ancient demon god had truly made a move since awakening, but it ended in a crushing defeat in front of Shui Yu. This made the powerful ancient demon god feel somewhat humiliated. Fortunately, ancient demon god Night Emperor and ancient demon god Sky Saint did not show any strange expressions. Or else, the eternal life ancient fiend celestial wanted to take this opportunity to flip out. Ever since the birth of the demon abyss, the blood moon has always been hanging in the sky above the demon abyss. It is also the bridge between the demon abyss and the universe. Now that the blood moon has fallen, the demon abyss is going to have a big change. The Sky Saint ancient demon god had a grave expression. First, the demon abyss was attacked. Then, the blood moon that had been hanging in the sky for countless years suddenly fell. This in itself indicated that something was not right. Combined with the changes in front of him, he thought of many things. Look, ancient demon god Night Emperor suddenly spoke. Hearing that, the other two ancient demon gods looked in the direction he was pointing. They saw that there was a huge hole where the blood moon had fallen. Behind the hole was what seemed to be darkness, but it also seemed like a galaxy of stars. Behind the blood moon is the universe. After seeing that hole, the ancient demon gods became excited. It was the aura of the void. When they had attacked the vast thousand domains, they had already felt the aura of the void outside. Thus, it could be seen. Behind the blood moon was the passage from the demon abyss to the universe. By the time the three ancient godfiends discovered this, the other demons had also discovered the passageway that had been exposed after the blood moon had fallen. That is the aura of the universe, I smell it. It is the smell that belongs to the void. Freedom. That is true freedom. All of the demons were overjoyed. They were constantly thinking about leaving the demon abyss and going to the vast thousand domains or even other places to be free. But there was no other way. Apart from the blood moon, there was no other way to leave the demon abyss. In addition, there was the suppression of the ancient demon gods. The other demons did not dare to leave through the blood moon passage. Moreover, the blood moon passage could only accommodate a limited number of demons each time it opened. However, it was different now. The blood moon had fallen, revealing a passage behind it. From the looks of it, the passage was very stable and could allow all demons to leave the demon abyss through it. This discovery, it completely drove the demons crazy. A large number of demons completely ignored the ancient demon god's warning and flew out of the demon abyss toward the blood moon in the sky. The restriction that usually covered the demon abyss had also disappeared. When the demons in the devil abyss saw that their fellow demons had left the devil abyss without any obstruction, they couldn't help but rush toward the passageway as well. Should we stop them? Ancient demon god Night Emperor looked at the demons leaving and turned to the other two ancient demon gods. Hearing this, the immortal ancient demon god pondered for a moment and finally shook his head. No. Since the blood moon has fallen and a passage has appeared, let them go ahead and explore. We will wait and see. If it was in the past, he would have killed those demons long ago. However, when he thought of the mysterious force that had attacked the demon abyss and saw the passage in front of him, the ancient demon god hesitated. The immortal ancient demon god was not sure if there was any unpredictable danger behind the passage. In that case, he might as well let those demons explore. Seeing this, the other two ancient demon gods also silently agreed with the immortal ancient demon god's words. At this moment, a large number of demons took to the air and flew toward the passage that appeared after the blood moon fell. The closer they got to the passage, the more obvious the aura of the void became. For all the demons, the aura of the void meant the aura of freedom. Therefore, they became even crazier. Soon. I will be free soon. A demon god-level demon looked at the passage that was getting closer and closer to him and could not contain his excitement. Just as he was about to cross the passage, a force that could destroy the void and shatter heaven and earth suddenly erupted. In just an instant, the demon god's body exploded and countless pieces of flesh and blood scattered. Then, more spears pierced through the air and dozens of demon gods exploded and died. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.